Good morning. The council will come to order. Madam Clerk, please take a quorum roll call.
Oh, Michelle, I'm so sorry. Good morning. Please log into your devices. Please log into your devices if you can hear my voice and you're a city council member. Please log into your devices now. Raise your hand if you need support. The quorum is now open. The quorum roll call is now open. Please mark yourself present. Please mark yourself present. Thank you.
Funny.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the City Council meeting has convened. Please take your seats. Silence all of your listening devices. We appreciate your cooperation. Thank you.
The quorum is now open. The quorum is now open. Please hit present. If you need some help on your e-device, please raise your hand. I will now ask for a voice vote if you have not used your e-device. Alderperson Hall. Alderperson Hall is present. Alderman Mitchell. Alderman Mitchell is present. Alderman Harris. Alderman Harris is present. Alderman Beal. Not present in the chamber. Alderwoman Ramirez. Alderwoman Ramirez is present. Alderwoman Coleman. Not present. Alderman David Moore. Not present. Alderman Curtis. Alderman Curtis is present. Alderman Mosley. Alderman Mosley is not present. Alderman Burnett. Alderman Burnett is not present. Alderman Talaferro. Alderman Talaferro is not present. Alderman Conway. Alderman Conway is not present.
No, he's present.
Oh, Alderman Conway is present. Alderman Burnett is present. Alderwoman Clay. Alderwoman Clay is not present. Alderwoman Haddon. I will come back to you. Alderwoman Silverstein. Alderwoman Silverstein is not present. The voting is now closed. Alderman Moore is present for the record.
There are 43 members present. We do have a quorum. Madam Clerk? Did you want to read that? Madam Clerk will read.
Good morning. Reading into the record is the City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms set forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior, including disruptive or disrespectful conduct during others' presentations, is not permitted. Banners, flyers, or signage are not permitted. Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted. Clear bags not tinted in color that do not exceed 12 by 6 by 6 will be permitted or subject to search. Food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must be seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant of Arms.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Alderwoman Hatton has requested to participate in today's meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. Can I get a motion to approve the remote participation and have Alderwoman Hatton added to the quorum? It's been moved. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Madam Clerk, please mark Alder Hatton as a participant remotely and as present for the quorum roll call.
She is recorded as a present.
Mr. President, I'd like to be added to the quorum for purposes. The chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro. Madam Clerk, please.
Alderman Taliaferro is added to the
Taliaferro.
record.
Chair recognizes Alderman Mosley. Madam Clerk.
Alderman Mosley is added to the record.
Very well. Thank you. Please stand for a, before we offer up our pledge of our allegiance, please stand for a moment of silence as we honor our brother and fallen firefighter and EMT, Andrew Price, Truck 44. Please have a moment of silence for him. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the invocation which will be delivered today by Pastor Byron Whitehead of Mount Carmel Bible Church.
Shall we pray? Eternal God, our Father, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the creator of all living things, we come before your presence to invoke your presence on today. God, we thank you for this opportunity to be able to serve your people. God, we pray now that as we meet, we would come together. We pray now that our differences will not make it difficult, that we will not be divisive. God, we pray now for the men and the women in our mayor on today, that they would rule and judge righteously, to deal with the problems and the predicaments and the challenges in which our city faces. God, we come now to pray for peace that surpasses all men's understanding. Give them wisdom, give them knowledge to rule your people. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. You may be seated. This portion of the meeting is dedicated to public comment.
The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be posted and made available for automatic review. The first speaker is Peter Sisnikia. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, I'm Pete Sisnica from the 45th Ward. Racism is a system of power. Racism is a system of power that seeks to divide people who should be allies. It is a system of structuring opportunity and assigning value based on the social interpretation of how one looks or where one comes from. This racist system of power may use racial bias, but it is not limited to racial bias. This racist system of power may use skin color, but it is not limited to skin color. This racist system of power may use the politics of division, but it is not limited to the politics of division. In the last city council meeting, we saw many alders using the politics of division to drive a wedge between groups who would logically be allies. These alders previously sat silently and even voted for the $1 billion TIF handout in the Lightfoot administration. There were no performative cries of "my ward isn't getting any." The politics of division, of splintering groups from one another to benefit those in power, is an old tactic used by those in power on these shores since before the U.S. was a country. In the 1640s, 3 indentured servants escaped and were subsequently captured. 2 of the 3, a Scotsman and a Dutchman, were sentenced to an additional 4 years of servitude. The 3rd, John Punch, a black man, was sentenced to perpetual servitude. American racism requires that groups be splintered and treated differently, as was John Punch, as are the immigrants. This racist system of power may use the, quote, volunteers once paid by the Vallis campaign to disrupt council proceedings, but the racist system of power is not limited to Vallis crisis actors. We've seen credible reports of Alderman O'Shea communicating with the Vallis paid, quote, volunteers and crisis actors, encouraging them to disrupt the council meeting by being even louder. This racist system of power may use black representatives from the 9th, may use Hispanic representatives from the 15th, and may use white representatives from the 38th, 41st, and 45th to engage in the politics of division. Racism is a system of power. Racism is a system of power that seeks to divide people who should be allies. Some in this body are actively engaged in the politics of division. Stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cisnicchia. The next speaker is Ms. Lisa Badin.
Good morning, Mr. President, distinguished alders, alderwomen, and aldermen. I'm Lisa Bowden, a voting taxpayer from the 40th Ward. In full disclosure, I am a City of Chicago employee here on my own accord and on unpaid leave time in order to address this esteemed chamber. I am honored to have this opportunity to participate in the democratic process. I've closely followed the 2024 budget discussions, and I applaud the recent passing of new legislation that empowers women-identified people. Unsolicited, I come before you today to lift the voices of women-identified City of Chicago employees across all departments. I support the effort to lift salaries and ranking for women, to erase pay inequality, and to increase their retirement earnings. City of Chicago employees are required to live within city limits, which translates to paychecks going directly back into the local economy through the purchase of basic goods and services, rent, property taxes, student loans, groceries, gas, parking, cost of living, childcare, and so on. This ecosystem feeds the GDP of the City of Chicago, and its success has a direct impact on the financial rating of our city. I completed a cursory look into the numbers readily available on the Chicago data portal, specifically looking at the CPD personnel services line. What prompted me to look into the personnel services line was the announcement of the sergeant's exam for the spring of 2024 during the budget hearings. CBD roughly has 13,000 employees. Women comprise only 11 to 16% of the force. The surprising gender disparity I found digging deeper into the data that was of the roughly 1,200 sergeants, only 80 are women. That's an estimated amount. Not only do female sergeants represent less than 7% of the salary line, when you review the total CPD personnel services line, they're not even a discernible 0.5% of the entire police force. Let this sink in even further that there's a $23,000 a year paid differential between police officers, the ranking just below sergeant. What a detriment to the city's GDP. Just think of the positive impact of the promotion to sergeant does to our economy. The last 5 years prior to retirement, a $23,000 increase would translate to $115,000 more toward retirement. Women, who are the generally accepted decision makers and who procure the majority of a family unit's goods and services, are making that much less money. And this isn't just one department. What would a further study look like across other departments? How do we create greater salary equity by gender identity? How do we lift the roles of women so they make more money, who in turn inject more money into the local economy, and in turn lift their lifelong earnings so that their years of retirement are well funded? Respectfully, I encourage the City of Chicago to continue to lead the way toward greater parity and leadership equity for women-identified city employees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bowden, for your comments. The next speaker is Jess Yim.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jess. I'm here with the HANA Center. My organization does organizing work with community members, and we also provide critical services to provide help for our folks that are who have just immigrated here and so forth. And in this moment, we're supporting new arrivals by welcoming new arrivals into the new country. We want to keep Chicago a sanctuary city. Chicago is a sanctuary city, and recent arrivals need basic human rights to have access to food, water, shelter, healthcare, and more. This body is spending time, tax dollars, and resources to consider a process that will legislate the ability to reduce the rights and protections of some Chicago residents solely because of where they were born. And let's just call what it is. Any effort to undermine the Welcoming City Ordinance only does two things. First thing is it reduces the rights of some Chicago residents based on xenophobia and anti-immigrant sentiment. Second, it endorses the politics of Donald Trump, Governor Abbott, and other white supremacists who believe that some people are not worthy of the same rights and protections as others. What it does not do is address in any single way, shape, or form the challenges that Chicago is facing to welcome new arrivals. Nor does this address the long-term disinvestment in Black and brown Chicagoans. So if the council is concerned with helping vulnerable Chicagoans, then the council needs to get back to work on the real issues that invest in all vulnerable Chicago residents and communities. Today's budget includes critical items like funding for mental health clinics and the Peace Book Ordinance, which will benefit communities across the city by using restorative justice and incentivizes peace and healing. We commend the commitments in this budget to funding the Peace Book, and we call for continued and increased funding for root cause solutions. And if Alderman Lopez truly cared about the communities he claims to represent, he'd support measures like these, but he doesn't. No alder should follow his lead, ignore his stunts, and focus on what's important. Building on these critical wins and moving forward together by working towards solidarity and not division, and we can and must pass policies that uplifts all communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Yim. The next speaker is Mai Sion Park.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Hae-sun Park. I'm with HANA Center today, and we organize Korean American immigrants, Asian American immigrants, and multi-ethnic immigrants. I'm calling on the City Council to stop any further attacks on immigrants in Chicago immediately. We must not point the finger at one oppressed group of people to explain the oppression of another group of people. Because while our collective anger is justified, it must be directed to the right direction. The common thread in all of our anger is a broken system that we must reimagine. It's the system that maintained generational disinvestments in all communities of color in Chicago. This is what protects the ultra-rich in our city from paying a little more into the public safety net system, while schools and mental health clinics shut down in our communities. And thousands of our neighbors sleep on the streets. This is what results in a lack of any action on immigration from Congress in almost 40 years. Immigrants are not a priority in this system. That is why we are not yet equipped to support disparate families seeking their legal rights for asylum and why we've needed a multi-year campaign to fund homelessness prevention. This is what keeps Black and brown folks unhoused, whether they've lived here for 10 months or an entire of their lifetimes. But this council has shown that they can reverse this harm. You all have been able to chip away at this system by advancing things like paid sick leave and fair wages. Today, you will have a chance to reinvestment in community mental health infrastructure and public safety that addresses and reverses root causes. Every elder here has a choice to either demand better from the broken system rooted in inequity and white supremacy, or they can choose to not address it because it's easier to blame the other. So we invite all the elders here to think critically about what this city needs from you. Do the right thing. Vote for critical investments today, like treatment, not trauma, and Peacebook. After that, refuse to make enemies of the families with small children literally running for their lives and seeking safety. Instead, work to continue to lift up all boats and advance change that dismantles the systems that hurt us all and builds new system of care and compassion for all people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Park. The next speaker is Ms. Candice Ibasita.
Good morning.
Hear me okay?
No, we cannot.
Okay, hello?
Yes,
Yes?
good morning.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Candice Iwaseta, and I'm with Palenque Alassane. Alderman Ray Lopez seems to think that if only Chicago would repeal our longstanding welcoming city ordinance, the buses bringing migrants here from Texas will stop. Who is he kidding? Texas Governor Abbott seems determined to mess with big, diverse northern cities, and with the Democratic National Convention heading here next year, what better target could he have? Yet, Lopez thinks he should give in to Governor Abbott and throw away our long-standing welcoming policies due to temporary difficulties. He believes, without any grounding in reality, that if we only get rid of our immigrant protections, Abbott will somehow give us a break. Alderman Lopez, give us all a break. Stop pushing your right-wing anti-immigrant agenda. Stop inflaming hatred and division, and start preaching before the cameras and media. And to all the other council members, please stop aiding and abetting these attacks on our immigrant neighbors and our communities, and get to work on building our city. Today's budget is a step in the right direction that we need to go. Palenque Alassane has long been supportive of the People's Unity Platform, and today we're glad to see the funding to reopen mental health clinics and the Peacebook ordinance included in the budget. These are solutions that help Chicagoans across the city. Let's keep moving in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Ibaseta. The next speaker is Ms. Michelle Garcia.
Hello, can you hear me? No? Yes? Hello?
We can hear you. Good morning.
Okay,
Just
good
a little bit
morning.
louder.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Garcia. I am the manager of community organizing at Access Living. Through my work at Access Living, I have done and seen the constant inaccessibility that undocumented people, especially those with disabilities, are experiencing that leads to further harm. I have spoken throughout my advocacy about the inaccessibility of our immigration system and how it shuts out undocumented people from finding and accessing vital resources. The Welcoming City Ordinance is one critical city policy that prevents further threats to immigrants in our community in Chicago. The Welcoming City Ordinance has for 4 decades protected undocumented people from separating them from their families, from the fear of accessing healthcare and/or reporting crimes that have affected them as well. The ordinance only sets guidelines on how local police and other city officials or departments engage with federal agencies on immigration-related enforcement. It does not, and I repeat, it does not add any additional support or use any city resources for it to be disputed and stir any confusion now that can lead to the shutting off of vital resources to undocumented people with disabilities and which would represent a step backward in how we approach creating a safe and welcoming community. Consider the current inequities with our housing, medical, and education economic system. It is a misuse of our time and attention not to address those issues instead of creating a more potential threatening situation and fear for our undocumented people by disputing this long-standing policy. We know it can be done, and in fact, it is being done today. Treatment Not Trauma and Peace Book are moving forward today as a part of the mayor's proposed budget. These were critical parts of the People's Unity platform, and we at Access Living are here to ask the elder people to look at these examples for how we can move forward together. People with disabilities refuse to be divided, and we will continue to support those who experience the inaccessibility and accessing their community. Let's work together on one city to ensure our communities can be optimistic about our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. The next speaker is Mr. Anton Charles.
My name is Anton Charles, and I'm with Communities United, and I can't wait until election time. Organizations like ours work to improve the welcoming city ordinance and got the support from the overwhelming majority of the council at the time to do so. Back then, when no one had an issue opposing Donald Trump because his immigration policies were rooted in racism and hate, no one but Ray Lopez. Governor Albert has carried the mantle, and those racist and hateful policies has been deplorable then as they are now. Alderman Lopez has stayed consistent in his anti-immigration stances, but the council should not shift towards this right-wing direction. The council needs to have a political courage to stand up for all residents, whether it's politically convenient or not. Yes, let's work together to better equip ourselves to welcome new Chicago residents. Let's work together to invest in housing, in schools, in real public safety. Some of the lines in today's budget include mental health clinics and Peace Book ordinance move us in that right direction. As a youth organizer, I can tell you that young people are struggling with their mental well-being. But to spend even a second of our time working to undo the protections we've stood by as a city for years in advance of white supremacist talking points is embarrassing. Alderman Lopez and others who support these efforts should be ashamed, and any council member with any sense will move this off the table. Speaking as a concerned citizen, I believe that people in charge need to stop. Think about why they are in charge, and if those reasons don't include helping their fellow people, then they should step down and let people who actually care be in charge. It's time for a change. That's it.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Charles. The next speaker is Mr. Kelvin Ginsolin Ariano.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kelvin, and I'm here representing people at Palenque LSNA and all the people that we work with in Logan Square, Avondale, and Hermosa. Repealing the Welcoming City Ordinance will make Chicago's immigrant populations and all residents less safe. It will show further mistrust between communities of color and police, between communities of colors and schools and doctors. Meanwhile, it will do nothing to stop the buses from the southern border from coming. So let's explain something to Ray Lopez, Felix Cardona, and others. The people arriving on the buses as parolees, asylum applicants, or people with temporary protected status are shielded from deportations. Undoing the welcoming ordinance won't affect them, but will affect the thousands of people who come to live in this city, as your family did. This is not how you fight for resources for all communities. This is just an attack on immigrants in Chicago. So, how do we fight for resources together? We know how. It's with treatment, no trauma, and reopening 2 mental health clinics. It's with youth-led violence prevention solutions like Peace Book. This is how we move forward together. The other people who have endorsed proposals to reconsider the Welcoming City Ordinance should either reverse their position immediately, or they should say the quiet part out loud. They support Abbott and Trump anti-immigrants and hateful policies. What a shame. ¿Qué dirían sus mamás? This is what this choice is about. Which side are you on?
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Young Woon Han.
Good morning, President and elder people of Chicago. My name is Young-Woon Han, a proud immigrant to this great city, also a resident of Little Village. I am working as a senior organizing manager at Hana Center. We are located in Albany Park, the 33rd Ward. We have worked to pass welcoming city ordinance in the future, also work to remove the carve-out. We work directly with the Asian American community members, community of color, especially undocumented people. And when I say undocumented people, we come in all different race and faith. Just a quick fact, 1 in every 7 Asian Americans is undocumented here in the United States. But I'm here to talk about the world that Alderman Ray Lopez wants. Let's all imagine that terrible world together. He wants to repeal, and please, I'm on the 3rd floor, Alderman, if you want to look at me. He wants to repeal the Welcoming City Ordinance and turn immigration authority loose on our immigrant families and communities with eager assistance from the Chicago Police and other city agencies. Think of that. Immigrants will live in terror of any traffic stop or other encounter with the police. Immigrant crime victims will be afraid of call 911 for fear that their own immigration status will be investigated and reported, and that they themselves could get arrested and turned over to ICE. Domestic violence survivors will continue to endure abuse because they will no longer get help from the city. Parents will fear taking their children to school or to see doctors. City agencies will openly discriminate against people based solely on their immigration status or what gets perceived as their immigration status. Immigrant communities will get denied basic services, and racial profiling will be further exacerbated. This is the reign of terror that Ray Lopez wants to unleash on our city. And we say no to that. Chicago is a sanctuary city and will always be. Hands off Welcoming City Ordinance. And since I've had 30 seconds, here are great ordinances we can pass. Peace Book Ordinance. Treatment, not trauma. eliminating the shot spotter, and I'm looking at you, Mayor. Keep your campaign promise, please. And let's keep this city, the Sanctuary City, forever. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Hahn. The next speaker is Ms. Julie Bent-Howla.
Hi, everybody. I'm Julie Bent-Howla. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And I humbly ask everybody who can, if you know the chant, to join me really briefly. So I'll start. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Thank you. This is a call for justice and a call for liberation. I stand with Alderman Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez for tweeting this call. As you can tell, most Chicagoans support it. In fact, 300,000 people gathered in DC on November 4th to make the exact same call for justice. The tide is turning for people to recognize the struggle for a free Palestine as completely justified. You know, many people are mistaken to call for peace instead of justice. You can have peace without liberation. You can have peace with oppression. You can have peace with apartheid. And that is the mistake this city council made when condemning the Palestinian resistance on October 13th. What we really need to condemn is the $40 million of Chicago taxpayer dollars being sent to the Israeli occupation to use white phosphorus to murder journalists from sharing the truth with the world. There was a march for Israel in DC recently organized by a bunch of out-of-touch bourgeois forces. What were their slogans? Justice for all in Palestine? No. They said, let Israel finish the job in Gaza. They said, no ceasefire. Disgusting. The pro-Israel camp routinely calls for genocide. And right now it's obvious there's two sides. Liberation for all Palestinians or a colonial ethnic cleansing. We need money for jobs and education, not our taxpayer dollars going to war and occupation. I support Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez and the fact that she's on the right side of history. I humbly ask that y'all stand with her. Stand with the call for a free Palestine, and stand for a call for the liberation of all oppressed peoples, or expose yourselves as ignorant clowns. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Howla. Your Honor, there are no further speakers who have timely signed up for the public comment period.
Thank you for the public comments. This concludes the public comment period. We do not have any resolutions. Next up, communications.
Communications from Ms. Honor, the Mayor, to the Honorable City Council of the City of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of a loan modification agreement with Revive Cressy Center Housing and Healing, an Illinois nonprofit for corporation. Your favorite consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of an amended TIF redevelopment agreement with 4300 Roosevelt LLC. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing minor amendments to the Greater Southwest Industrial East and Lincoln Avenue TIF districts. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Budget Director, I transmit herewith the Fund 925 amendment. Your faithful consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing a Class 6B tax incentive for a property located at 328 West 40th Place. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred them Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Inspector General, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of a second amendment of an intergovernmental agreement with the Public Building Commission. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of a licensed subscription services agreement with ProLink Solutions Incorporated. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, I've appointed Kyle A. Cooper as the member of the Police Board for a term effective and immediately expiring August 10, 2027, to succeed Jorge Montez, who has resigned. Your favorable consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very 2 years, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Police and Fire. I, City Clerk Valencia, informed the City Council that all those matters were considered by the City Council in the special meeting held on November 2nd, 2023, which were required by the statute to be published in book or pamphlet form or in one or more newspapers, was published in pamphlet form on November 15, 2023, by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal of the Proceedings of the City Council, City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also informed the City Council that all those matters which were considered by the City Council at the regular meeting held on November 7, 2023, required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form or in one or more newspapers, was published in pamphlet form on November 15, 2023, by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal Proceedings of the City Council, City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also transmit here with the following miscellaneous communications and reports requiring City Council action: zoning reclassification of a particular area is referred to the Committee on Zoning Landmarks and Building Standards. Claims against the City of Chicago is referred to the Committee on Finance. A recommendation by Commission on Landmarks for designation of 2678 West Washington Boulevard as a Chicago landmark, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Your Honor, that concludes the reports and communications from mayors and other city officers.
Thank you very much for our budget conversation and debate and for the passage. The chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Before we go into the budget conversation, I want to take this opportunity to recognize the young men from West Garfield Park from the Mayafa Redemption Project. They're here today with not pastor, I'm giving them a new title. Reverend Marshall has Jr., Deacon Irvin, we're not related, good friends, and the rest of the Mayafa team. So you guys can stand. I want to recognize these gentlemen here. Thank you. Again, most of these young men between the ages of 17 and 26 that are making very positive tracks and paths in life, and it's our responsibility to support and recognize them for the positive work they're doing on the west side of Chicago. At this time, I want to suspend the rules to consider various items of unfinished business, which were noticed and filed with the clerk pursuant to Rule 41, pertinent to the consideration and passage of the 2024 budget. They are as follows. Item number 1, the Code Corrections Ordinance, the amendments. Item number 2, amendments to the 2024 budget recommendation and text portion. Item number 3, the 2024 Appropriation Ordinance as amended. Item number 4, the Substitute Management Ordinance. Item number 5, the Substitute Motor Fuel Tax Fuel Allocation Ordinance. Item number 6, the Motor Fuel Tax Allocation Intergovernmental Agreement with Chicago Transit Authority and Cook County. Item number 7, the Substitute Salary Resolution. Item number 8, the 2024 Tax Levy Ordinance. And item number 9, the Substitute Revenue Ordinance.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Chairman Irvin, do you wish to begin the discussion on the budget package?
Yes, I ask the council to discuss the entire budget package at this time, which includes the matters that have been previously stated, and I reserve the right to close along with Chairman Dow.
Very well, thank you. That deference will be granted. Okay, if there aren't any further discussions around the budget, we can just, all right. I was ready to just go past it. All right.
Thank you.
All right, just a second. The chair recognizes Alderman Conway.
Mr. President, after much soul searching, I have decided to vote yes on the budget. And I commend you, Mr. President, on putting forth a budget that does not raise property taxes, provides a modest increase for law enforcement, and also reopens mental health clinics and mental health treatment. I do have two grave concerns. The first one being the removal of nearly $100 million from the LaSalle Street TIF. This is a time when we need to be investing in our downtown, just as every city in the world is rethinking its central business district. It can't just be a place where people work. It has to be able to be a place where people can live and eat and shop. And the previously announced TIF projects are a big part of making that happen. However, I have had encouraging conversations with your team, as well as DPD, as well as Budget Director Guzman on this matter, which has given me a bit of comfort. And I also appreciate the financial document I was shown, sent to me, that shows room in the TIF to still fund all 5 of the projects in the 25 and 26 projects when they will more likely need those. My graver concern is the $150 million blank check for the migrant crisis. It is no secret that this issue is tearing the city apart. And having known you a long time, Mr. President, I know you're a person with a big heart, and I know you feel that personally. But it's also well documented that your administration has not worked or minimally worked with myself and several other alders before the opening of shelters in our wards. Didn't really work with us prior to the Garda World contract or renewing favorite staffing. So this is a major humanitarian crisis, and we need to work together to solve it. So I hope this body, I don't speak for everybody, but I think we need more collaboration, and most of us in this body want to help. We all need to work together to solve it. But with that all said, Mr. President, I commend you on passing your first budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato. Sorry, the chair recognizes Alderman LaSpada.
I love it. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very proud to rise in support fully of this budget. I remember sitting here 4 years ago with a lot of new, fresh faces, and glad to still be sitting here with a lot of you. When the previous first-year budget for us was introduced, and at the time, I felt like it was a low-ambition budget, and I said that publicly. And what I meant by that was you are highly constrained in your first year. We are, all of us, many folks, just 6 months in to this job. It constrains ambition, but what you can do, like we're out on a dark night, you can use that first budget as a flashlight to point the direction out of the darkness for where we're trying to go. And I feel like that's what this budget does. It's the promise of a lot of deferred dreams and a lot of deferred justice. For folks who have been aching for years, for a decade, to see the Department of the Environment restored, you did not wait on that. You didn't equivocate. You accomplished it out of the gate. I really appreciate that. The investments that we're making, that we're asked for the last 4 years, for more years than that, on expanding mental health, expanding crisis-based mental health, makes me really proud. And across the board, I would say, just to counterpart this narrative, our new neighbors, as much as they are a challenge, more than a crisis, I believe they will bear out to be an opportunity for our city. What they are going to contribute to our cities, to our neighborhood, to our schools, to our economic corridors, it cannot be overstated. I really do believe the investment that we are making in our new neighbors now is going to bear out tenfold. I believe that truly, and I believe the future will bear out that for all of us. So I'm really proud of what we're doing. There's only one direction that I hope that we continue to work on, and that is related to gender-based violence in the budget. I'm glad of the work that we're doing, again, where we are pointing. I will say, I believe as advocates, as survivors, as the community committed to the health and safety of people within their homes have said, that is work that should be grounded in our neighborhoods, in our communities, in those with the most relevant and compassionate experience in that work. I know that we're going to look back on our investments, and I believe that we can pivot in that direction. And I commit to continuing to work with you and your team on that. So I'm very proud to say that. In light of all that, again, really proud of this budget. I will go ahead and say this. There might not be a space for it later, but I stand in solidarity with those in the box who stand in solidarity with all hurting and suffering people. I don't know that we'll ever have a moment within this space to call for solidarity with peace, solidarity with the people of Gaza, and for a full for a ceasefire that brings peace, that opens the door to healing. I will say that now, and that is my piece. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to not support this budget, but to raise question on what exactly is or is not in the budget. Need to open my iPad real quick, Mr. President, get my notes. There's 3 reasons why I'm not voting for this budget.
Alderman, pardon me, could you raise your mic just a little bit so we can hear you? Thank you, sir.
There are 3 reasons why I'm not supporting this budget. Number 1, the budget is not balanced. Number 2, the budget is not balanced. Number 3, budget is not balanced. Now, why do I say that the budget is not balanced? Because we know that we're spending $40 million a month today on the migrant crisis. $40 million. That gets you through 4 months. So what are we going to start doing come April when we run out of money? What are we going to do? Hope and pray that the federal government gives us money? Hope and pray that the state gives us money? In order for a budget to be balanced, we have to identify how we're going to get through the rest of the year. And we're not doing that. Even if we say we're going to tap into the rainy day fund, you have to identify that. If you're looking at a potential tax increase, property tax increase, you have to say that in order to balance the budget. Well, this budget doesn't say that. This budget just says we're going to hope and pray that the federal government steps up to the plate. Well, let me give you all a dose of reality. We have a big election in November, and we have a president who's fighting for his life, and we have a Republican House in D.C. The likelihood of us being bailed out of the federal government during an election year is very slim to none. That's number 1. Number 2, the governor has already said, don't come to Springfield. That, they're tapped out. So what are we going to do mid-year? Well, not even mid-year. What are we going to do come April when we run out of this $150 million? That's one of the questions we never got an answer to. We never got that answer about how we're going to balance this budget going forward. Also, we have 2,300 police vacancies. I know some of you all say, oh, 23, that's a big number. Well, I always say 23. The book says 17, but if you add the 614 that the prior administration wiped out in 2019, that gets you to your 23. So we have 23 police vacancies, 2,300, with crime running rampant. We're not even addressing the crime issue here in the city of Chicago. Do you think 400 civilian positions is going to help us? It's going to take you 3-4 years to hire 400 people. You may not even get to that point. Meanwhile, there's no urgency about hiring more police to put on the street that all of us need in our communities. We're all dealing with carjackings, car break-ins, murders, you name it. We're all dealing with it. And there's no urgency to hire 2,300 more police that we need on the street. That's a huge problem, in my opinion. Also, we talked about adding more staff. I know that's real popular with some of you guys here. I'm all for hiring more staff if we can justify it. Now, if we had said we're going to create a working group, to see how many calls are coming into each ward office, how many city services you all are putting into your ward office, into 311. I'm not interested in hiring more staff just to tweet and put stuff on Facebook. I know that's unpopular. I get it. However, a study should have been done. That's one of the things that we're not doing today, you all. We're not getting hard data to justify our actions. We're acting off of instinct, gut feelings, what's popular in the paper today. We're not making concrete decisions on how to move forward. That's a recipe for disaster. Now, let me go on the record to let you all know about the 800-pound gorilla in the room. When that art money runs out and we're not doing anything in this budget to make our physical house in order going forward is a problem. Now look, I'm all good. We ain't got to raise taxes. Woo, I like that. That's good. But we're not addressing what's coming down the pipe. We're not laying the foundation to move forward in the future. We're doing what's okay for right now. But what about the future, y'all? Is everybody in this room ready to vote on a $1.3, $1.5 billion tax increase? Because that's what we're going to be faced with. That's the reality that we're facing coming down the near future when art money runs out. We're not doing anything physically responsible to plug the hole going forward, and we're spending migrant money like a madman. That's a problem in my book. So those are just a few reasons why I cannot come to grips with voting for this budget. If something changes along the way, I'll be more than happy to help, aid, and assist. But as of today, I can't support this budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. City staff often don't get recognized, or they get recognized last during budget season. So I'm going to start my remarks with some gratitude and some acknowledgments to ensure that they're recognized first. So to Director Guzman and your budget team, you hit the ground running as soon as you got here, and I think you had to run a series of sprints to get us through this process. So I thank you for all of your work since you got here, not just in the past month, although I know this past month you're going to, hopefully you have a massage or something scheduled for after this meeting. And to everybody on your staffs who worked so hard. Look, as budget vice chair, I was here for every single meeting, starting at 10 and sometimes leaving not until very late at night, and I know that there were hours of work after those meetings. Through the chair request to the budget committee staff as well, to help us through that process. The budget last year was a very educational thing for me, so hopefully for my newer colleagues, the budget did that for them as well this year. And this is something that each of us as alders have to spend time considering what this budget will do. And it's not a simple budget. Math is simple. This budget process never is. Especially as we have to navigate some really trying times as a city, as a state, and as a country. And that makes the economics of it pretty impossible. So thank you to every department, committee, and council that came together before this body to take every question, and not all of them always gracious, but always well-intended with where these questions came from. So I appreciate the professionalism with which you held yourselves and provided information to us so that we can make these really heavy decisions. Mr. Mayor, congratulations to you on advancing your first budget. I will be a yes on this budget today. I'm going to tell you why. A forecasted $538 million shortfall is a really daunting thing to any body of government, much less the third largest city in the United States. And to be sure, there can be no perfect budget. And all of this is all the more true when we have to work to find ways to close this gap. And we did so without sacrificing some of our priorities, including reestablishing a Department of Environment, you can clap for that, that's okay. Helping to relieve the burden on aldermanic staff, giving us a fourth staffer. I haven't been around as long as many others. I don't know how they've done it this long with only 3 full-time staff. So I, for one, I don't have the data, Alderman Beal, but I know that especially with the crises that we've been dealing with the migrant crisis and the additional burden on our staffs, with the remap of my ward, with the 11th ward having all of Chinatown now. It's almost like 2 little mini wards in one. So I have felt the burden of that, and I, for one, am very relieved to be able to have an additional staff member. And help for Shala, who people on the call will not know, but Shala is the one person in the clerk's office that manages the entire city council HR department. And she's one person, so we're doubling that with one additional staff, so thank you for all of that work. And finally, beginning the process of making our Black community financially whole. That's a conversation that I'm glad is being acted upon meaningfully with the budget line item here. You know, as my team and I reviewed the budget book, we always grounded ourselves in this question: where is help needed? Where is help needed for our city and constituents, and how can we get help for the city staff to do their work? We saw in every single department that there were vacancies, and we heard over and over again how difficult it is to hire. So I want to thank the budget office as well as the HR department from this administration and previous for the work that they did to adjust pay schedules so that we can become more fair with how we're paying and compensating our workers, as well as being competitive. You know, over the course of the hearings, one theme became really apparent. We need to replenish our city workforce. That will help us with our pension obligations. Departments can't fulfill the demands that we place on them, both from an aldermanic perspective and on behalf of our constituents, if we don't adequately resource them, and at the expense of our pension liabilities and our city's economic future. We need to get people back to work for the city. And I'm encouraged that the amendments that we've made through the HR department help us do this. We also need to replenish our CPD workforce. And we have to acknowledge the safety concerns that all of our constituents have. And adding 100 new detectives, 100 more sergeants, and 170 more field training officers is a start to addressing those constituent concerns. And I will give you, we have to hire them too, right? We have to acknowledge all of that. But it's a good start. And I'm encouraged that this budget keeps the police budget whole as well. We also need to acknowledge that beat integrity is something that's very important to all of us, and definitely something that, from my perspective in the 11th Ward, is integral to making sure that our city feels safe and that our residents feel safe. We also need to be able to meet people where they are, and I was very encouraged with all of the departments talking about language accessibility for all of our non-English speaking residents of the city. And I'm no different than many of us in this room. I have my own concerns about the migrant situation and the budget we've allocated for our management of this crisis when we have an uncertain future with federal funds. We're meeting the moment right now, and I'm more than hopeful. I'm ready to work and roll up my sleeves with you, Mr. Mayor, to work to find ways to make sure that we can be fiscally responsible and account for all of the things that we need to account for. This budget is a start, and I look forward to working together as a city with all of my colleagues to make sure that we have what we need as a city to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the acknowledgement of the staff. Chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. How are you doing, by the way?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much.
You deserve to feel good today, and congratulations in advance on passing your first budget. Today is a deposit on campaign promises you made to the city of Chicago, to communities, to 77 neighborhoods. Promises that would address the needs of our unhoused neighbors. Promises that would address the needs of individuals that were being released from prisons and needed to truly have wraparound quality reentry services. Promises to Black communities that have been historically disinvested in. It advances treatment, not trauma, by ensuring that we can reopen mental health clinics. It passes components of Peace Book so that young people could finally feel a part of the process in building a safer Chicago. So I want to also congratulate Alderperson Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez and Alderperson Jeanette Taylor for leading on those two pieces for the city of Chicago. I also want to help us manage expectations. You see, one budget is not going to solve our world problems, but it is a step in the right direction to ensure that when we are public facing with our constituents and our neighbors and our stakeholders and our organizers, and when we're saying we are going to show up for you, that a budget also represents that. A budget reflects our moral compass and our ethics. And I am proud to vote yes on a budget, Mayor, that reflects your morals and your ethics for the city of Chicago. And yes, we all have concerns around the migrant mission and whether or not this budget allocation is going to get us through. But I don't expect that any of us are going to sit back and hope and pray. I think we're going to pass this budget, and we're going to do exactly what we have been asking for, and that is to collaborate. That is to get to work as soon as we pass this budget, to demand for our federal delegation to invest in our migrant mission, to hold our governor accountable and our state legislators to also have skin in the game. You see, we can't sit back and hope and pray. The mayor and his administration, they're going to get to work, and I hope that every member of this 50-person council will do the same. Because the one thing we will always be is a sanctuary city. We always have been. Migrant, immigrant, families alike have built this city. They have become a part of the very fabric. This budget and saying yes to leading on a migrant mission shows not just Chicago, but the rest of the world that we are going to continue to show up for individuals that come to Chicago, that seek refuge, that seek safety, and that also want to contribute to what it means to live in the greatest city in the world. We're always going to have concerns, and I think that we can always walk into every budget process and ask the critical questions. Alderwoman Lee, thank you for raising the professionalism and the rapid response of our budget director, Guzman, and her team, and how poised she was in walking into a situation that was quite difficult, but meeting the moment. She's met the moment by proposing a budget that I am quite satisfied with. Is it perfect? No. And nothing is. Neither is any individual in this council. But this budget allows us to move into this new year and do the work that we all sought to do when we ran for office. And that is to make sure that we can make our people whole, that we can affirm our communities, that we can give them the right to housing, that we're going to increase the workforce for young people. We are here to meet the moment, and I'm confident that we will. But we also have to meet the moment after we vote on this budget today. And I'm also confident that we will. It's been a tense few months. You see, crisis and hard moments can bring the worst out of people. And that's okay. We're going to dust ourselves off, and we're going to get better. We're going to enter the new year with this budget, with increased staff, with resources for all of our communities, and Chicago will be better for it. And thank you, Mr. President, for proposing this budget, and today I'm a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just like my colleague, Alderman Lee, Budget Director Guzman, and your entire team, thank you so much for, one, your professionalism and your ability to reach out anytime I needed to communicate. That does not fall short on me, and if nothing else, I know your heart, and I look forward to future budgets from you and supporting those budgets. I want to thank Chairman Irvin for running an effective and a very good budget hearing. I appreciate that. I want to thank Alderman Dow for her leadership and around when we were dealing with some of the issues in finance. I also want to thank COFA for being thorough and giving us some good information that we can go with. I appreciate that so much, and I look forward to you building on that because I'm hoping next year we'll get our books on time, and then you'll be able to get those things to us in a timely fashion. I also want to go without saying, Clerk Ana Valencia, you and your entire team have worked diligently throughout this process. I've seen it before, but I really saw it up close. I paid attention to it before, but not like I did this time around. And I want to thank you all so much for the work that you did. Now, as we get into this budget, I'm going to start out saying government is for the people, by the people. For the people, by the people. Not for the elected official, by the elected official. Not for the alderman, by the alderman. But for the people, by the people. I was elected by the people to do the work for the people. And I'm always going to do that, whether it was, I'm on my third mayor, whether it was Rahm Emanuel, whose first budget I didn't vote for because it didn't represent the 17th Ward, and also it asked for a $300 million tax increase when it should have asked for $500, when it should have asked for $800 million, kicked the can down the road, came back, and then had to ask for that $300 or $400 million again, which impacted our people even negatively because somebody out there went out there and bought a house. Somebody went out there and bought a car thinking they'd afford it because they didn't know another $400 million in property tax increases were coming. We put in place a CPI for a reason, and that's to be diligent, not only with our fiscal responsibility here, but to make sure that we give constituents an opportunity to keep their purses in line. And so I'm disappointed that we did not do the CPI because we are going to be coming back here. We are going to be coming back here asking for a larger tax increase. So that's going to happen. The other part, which is more important, because I could have dealt with the CPI, that's what they call I understand the politics of that. I don't think no mayor, I can't remember if it was a Mayor Lightfoot's first term or, well, she only did one term, so I think it was her first budget that she did CPI, I can't remember. But anyway, but most mayors don't like to touch that in their first budget. If I remember correctly, Mayor Daley didn't like to touch it at all and kicked it down. That's why we had to do the $800 million down the road. But sometimes you have to do what's fiscally responsible. But I'm going back to my constituents. There are things that I want in my ward that I tell my constituents that I want, but that's what they say. They say no. Guess what I do? I listen to my constituents. I give them the facts. I give them why they should do it, and they say no. There's some things that I want, or I don't want, and they'll say yes. It's not about me. Ask God every day to remove David. You come before me. Allow me to listen to my constituents. And that's what I did in this budget. That's what I did in this whole process. From day one, everyone in this administration verbatim knew what my constituents' priorities are. Not what David's priorities are, what my constituents' priorities are. My babies, Ogden Park, don't want to be in a prison. Don't want a field house that looked like a prison. Asked for $10 million. I remember when this first administration's first city council meeting, Alderman Bill and I DMP'd an item based on some committee funding. We were asked not to DMP it. We talked about this field house. Okay, I can't promise you, but I'm going to try to work on it. Trying to work on something is an action item, not a silent item. But then we get to $150 million. We cannot escape that. I'm not saying that we can't help everybody. It's either or. It's both and. But when I'm at $150 million, if we can find that and we can't find $10 million for kids at Ogden Park to start to get towards the $35 million, I ain't asked for the whole $35 million this year. I asked for $10 million. For the kids, not for David. This is coming from my constituents. Bring us something back home. Don't vote on nothing unless there's something in there for the community. That's what they told me. Well, I voted on one fair wage. I voted on bring Chicago home. I'm proven, not only in this administration, I'm proven as an alderman. One thing I don't listen to is pie in the sky. I listen to people who are showing some action, not just words, and saying, okay, this is what I can do, this is how we're going to do it. Not just I will do it, but this is the pathway to do it, so that I can take it back to my community and say, wait, I'm supporting this, but this is the pathway to do it. Not of hope. I don't live by the hope factor. I live by action factor, making things happen. And so because of that, I cannot support this budget, because I can't go to my constituents and say, this is what I'm bringing home to you. And that's from them. And I listen to them every day of the week. I only can hope that going forward in the future, before we get to a next budget, before we get to anything else, we can work together to get these priorities done for the constituents of Inglewood and West Inglewood, as we continue to work on the things that we started 2 years ago in Auburn Gresham. And so, until that happens, and you'll hear some people say, well, this is not a development budget, this is a operation budget, this is not a capital budget. Somebody's going to get up and say that. $150 million is building. All I want to do is build in my community. I want to see some of that. And if asking for less than 10%, I think it's around 10 million of 150 is around what, 6.7% or something like that? 6%, and my kids ain't worth 6%? Well, if my kid's not worth 6%, then I can't vote for this budget if they're not worth 6%. Thank you so much, and I look forward to hopefully working in the future.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderman Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for all the residents and people who provided testimony today. I can tell you that this is my 5th budget, and it's a new day. I think that was today, as we have seen, the tensions and the bigotry and the hate, but we also have seen the work and dedication and commitment of some public servants to the city of Chicago. And indeed, budgets are moral documents. So let's dive in what this budget has. And when we talk about serving our residents, I think it's important that we talk about the most vulnerable. So it's great to see in this budget the Office of Reentry, an office that will have initially at least 4 staffers and nearly $5 million in something that represents a departure from the platitudes and promises and an investment to people in the city of Chicago. The Commission on Reparations. This budget now not only names a commission, but it puts funding to make sure that we can talk about reparations on the harm that continues to be inflicted in many communities. It is hard to hear, even in 2023, policies like redlining, shameful evictions, and the constant disinvestment and pitching of people against each other. I think it's important that we can talk about reparations and we connect the great migration of the South, and we connect it all the way in the global South. So it is important that we invest in these commissions so that we can find a way forward, a way out of decades of neoliberal policies on disinvestment, on closing schools. Many people like to talk about violence, but forgotten how 50 schools over 10 years ago were shut down in the poorest areas of the city of Chicago. Half the mental health clinics shut down in these very areas. To benefit whom? And to create chaos and violence And Gaza is not too far when you talk about occupation-style tactics, where the South Side and West Side young black kids have been subject to for years. So when we talk about reparations and we talk about investment, we got to make sure that we put the funding where our mouths are. We talk about youth and programming. This administration, true to their values, is investing $76 million dedicated to youth employment and programming in a budget that cannot forget about our youth. This is an increase of the number of jobs by 2024 of over 4,000 young people being employed. When we talk about mental health and the disaster that had been the previous administrations, we can talk about the national crisis among young people, the crisis of mental health in our communities that have been met by budgets that prioritize surveillance and more violence instead of treatment and no more trauma. So I want to commend one of our colleagues who has been leading on this effort with the many community members and residents. So I want to personally thank Alderperson Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez for her advocacy and her commitment. This budget invests $15 million per year for mental health safety net in our city that is badly needed, and a Care 911 alternative response team. So thank you, Alderperson Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez. The politics of old will tell us that there's no way to balance the budget. The politics of old will tell us that we're irresponsible. And under same politics and politicians who they had no problem voting for the $2.3 billion giveaway to two developers under the previous administration. Today we said those funds belong to the people of the city of Chicago. That's why we're grateful that the investment to reopen the Department of the Environment so that we can hold polluters accountable and we can bring environmental justice to the city of Chicago. The budget commits to $15 million to decarbonize the 1 to 4 unit homes for eligible Chicagoans, $6 million in Chicago climate infrastructure grants to put real money in the hands of organizations and small businesses who can help meet environmental goals, $6 million in our city for a composting system to start talking about real sustainable green policies. When it comes to housing, as chair of the Housing Committee, I want to thank the administration for their commitment to the residents' right to housing with over $250 million investment to homeless support. That includes an increase in the city's investment in our flexible housing pool and the successful rapid rehousing program. We also want to thank the administration for adding $10 million to the housing home repair program so low-income homeowners in need of repairs can improve their living conditions and stay in their communities. We also thank you for those who truly believe in democracy, so that we have voted to put in the hands of Chicagoans an important referendum so that we can bring Chicago home and address the homeless and house crisis by the disinvestment in our community so that we can have a dedicated revenue stream to address the crisis of an unhoused that today leaves 70,000 people unhoused, 20,000 children of them, and new neighbors. It is important that we talk about housing as a human right, and we're grateful for the administration to make those investments in our community. When it comes to new arrivals, new neighbors, as someone who have come to the U.S. as a minor at 17 years old, in seek for a better future, it is hard to swallow the images in our police districts, in encampments. And I'm extremely grateful for the residents of the city of Chicago for all the efforts and all the volunteers and people who have been helping address a humanitarian crisis that unfortunately is being handled as a political football for parties that are more interested in profit and political gain rather than saving lives and putting best practices and real legislation to address the issues that are federal. In that sense, I want to thank two of my colleagues that came with me to the border, Alderman Robinson and Alderman Hall, in a real display of solidarity to understand the root causes of the issue and to deliver on legislation that will truly address the issues and bring us to better conditions in our communities without eroding the quality of life. Unfortunately, in election time, bigotry and hate have found ears in a minority, but a very vocal, an organized and well-funded minority that is not only terrorizing people in our communities, but just here in a public safety meeting, we heard some of these bigotry even going to abortion clinics to harass patients when they are in their most vulnerable. So we're proud to be in a sanctuary city that Mayor Harold Washington wisely fought for. And it's unfortunate the political gain is trying to score cheap points, trying to raise the stakes on who can be more cruel when we have children in police stations in the middle of the winter time. We say, let's talk about bringing people towards solutions to address the issue, and let's talk about why people are migrating. And the economic sanctions that the previous president imposed have continued and have continued to exacerbate migration from Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, Haiti, and other countries. So this is a federal problem that must be addressed with federal support, because we cannot have it both ways. That's why we are not letting bigotry and hate change the narrative. And just yesterday, we came back from D.C., joined by over 500 Chicagoans that came to D.C. to demand immigration reform, to demand investment in all our communities, the $5 billion that can be invested in cities of destination due to the neglect and horrible federal policies that are creating humanitarian crises in the global south. So we say that the $100 million investment to address the humanitarian crisis, it is a responsibility of the federal government and the state government to support the city of Chicago as a destination city of their own choosing of the federal government. So when we say that we must hold people accountable, and that in November we're going to have a critical election, I think this is a great opportunity to organize and demand of the state and federal officials what Chicagoans deserve and urgently need. When it comes to community safety, $209 million investment to anti-violence programs, restorative justice, reentry programs, domestic violence and gender-based violence prevention, intervention, and the city's Community Safety Coordination Center. We're also moving in the same line as other cities like LA and New York to have at least 30% of positions filled by civilians. So we welcome 300 more civilians to fill those positions so that they're non-police positions, as well as increasing the number of detectives in the Chicago Police Department to improve the homicide clearance rates that are badly needed in our communities. When it comes to investing in our communities, we also got to talk about the investment on critical infrastructure like lead service line replacement. That's going to see a critical $53 million investment. The Department of Technology and Innovation so that we can plan, think, and coordinate for the future. And I want to thank specifically Mayor Johnson for doing all these without raising property taxes. Our communities have been hit and continue to be responsible for mismanagement, corruption, and neglect. Yet Chicagoans continue to fight and continue to believe in the city of Chicago. I'm grateful that there will be support for small homeowners, and I look forward to working with my colleagues in City Council so that we can go on a strong agenda to Springfield to make sure that we change this horrible system that balances budgets in the backs of working people while subsidizing the super rich, developers and corporations that pay little to the city of Chicago. So today, we say that we are up for the challenge, and I'm welcome to join the subcommittee to look at revenue options so that we can look at other ways to balance the budget. But I'm glad that our values have not been negotiated so that we're committing to paid or pensions for workers. And that we also are making an important investment on $1 billion so that we can have lead service replacement and other modernization programs in the most vulnerable areas of the city of Chicago. So Mayor, members of the City Council, I look forward with you to organize and demand of the state and federal government what all Chicagoans need and deserve. But what we're not going to do is to allow Republicans or corporate Democrats or whoever they are to divide us, to pitch us against each other, to raise tensions in our neighborhoods, and in these chambers continue to fuel those divisions. So today we say, in our community, we're glad that we have a new day, and I'm glad to cast a vote in support of this budget. Thank you, Mayor Johnson.
Thank you. Before I call the next alder, I will take just a point of privilege as chair. The chair recognizes State Representative Nick Smith is here. Representative, please. Thank you. Thank you for joining the most functioning body of government. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Taylor.
You know, in your life, people pass you and they say stuff, and you quite sometimes don't forget what they say. And so I got a little cousin, and her favorite phrase is, "I'm sick of y'all." We have a responsibility to all Chicagoans to take care of all of them. And the reason why our city is in chaos is because we in chaos. We don't work with each other. We don't talk to each other. We pick and choose who we gonna talk to and who we gonna work with. We don't hold each other accountable. And so y'all expect for our city not to be acting a fool when we out down here acting a fool. We had a coworker who died last week, Miss Sharon. And for you all that don't know Miss Sharon was the clerk that sat on the 3rd floor and took care of everybody. She had a smile for everybody. She knew I had a black thumb. She got a plant up there that she was taking care of for me. She was just an all-around good woman. She left here early on a Friday because she wasn't feeling well and went home and died on a Sunday. Do y'all not see the responsibility that we have as folks who are elected by our people? Do we not? We don't. We are sitting here fighting over the bare minimum for no reason. And we all sit here and get up and give these elaborate, beautiful speeches about working together. That ain't what I see. That ain't how I'm calling it. That's not how our city sees it. I appreciate every young black man that got up today to come in here, because I want you to know that at some point in time, you wouldn't have been allowed in this space, and neither would I. And so while we've come a long way, we got a long way to go. Young people in my community have been fighting for the peace book before I got into office. And all that says is we will give money to young people to help solve their own problems. And so it's funny how I got people in here who voted to close schools, who voted to close mental health clinics, who voted to sell the parking meters. And Lord knows if we had the parking meters, we wouldn't have no debt. So let's call it like it is. And so I'm tired, and there is a thing called rehabilitation. There is a thing called change of heart. But that change of heart can't happen on the backs of people who ain't done nothing to us. We got a responsibility to take care of Black Chicago. You ain't even got to clap, I don't care. We have a responsibility. It is wrong for us to not do what we should have done a long time ago. And that's have a conversation with Black Chicago about what it really needs and what it really wants. And so it's easy for me to sit here and say nay or yay. I'm voting yes because Good Kids Mad City gonna get the peace book. We always talking about what young people do or don't do, but we vote against their interests. Every time that ordinance has been called, somebody called it to rules. It got called to rules for no reason whatsoever, no more than ignorance and arrogance. But then you worried about why they in your downtown. They wouldn't be if they had things in their community. I sit in this space on a consistent basis, and what I say to myself is, I can learn from everybody in this city council. And what y'all don't know is I have. There are not a lot of people. What we have to understand is we're going to be allies sometimes, and sometimes we're going to be enemies. And that's just because we don't agree. What y'all don't know is there are some people in city council that we count out, that we don't talk to, that are not a part of our spaces. I asked Alderman Riley my first year here, Alderman Riley, I got a question for you. I need some help around something. You know what Alderman Riley said to me? Sure, of course. Call me. That ain't what y'all rhetoric would say, would it? Y'all rhetoric would tell y'all he hung up the phone, he didn't answer. That's not what I get from my coworkers. And so we got a responsibility and duty to work with everybody. I don't care if you don't like me. Join the club, we got jackets. I don't care. But at the end of the day, we have a responsibility to work with each other and work for what we are paid to do. We are paid to represent the citizens of the city of Chicago. And we have not done that because we too busy. I ain't going to say it, but you know what I want to say. We too busy BSing. We too busy with our egos. We too busy fighting over who got on red and who got on orange. Cut it out. Our young people are watching us. They are watching us. And unlike us, there are a lot of things they ain't scared of. We scared of social media, they ain't. We scared to say what we feel, they not. And at some point, they gonna take this over. And I hope ultimately they fixed what we messed up. We got an opportunity to get it right. And yeah, this budget, it ain't perfect. Hell, I've been looking through this book for weeks. And I'm like, Lord, we spend money on that? Thank you, Black Girl Magic over there, Miss Annette. This is the first time that I've had a budget that I actually understood, and I felt like I was more part of the process than I wanted to be. Y'all had us down here a lot of times. But I'll take that. I'll take that work because too often we'll get up here and say, I'll help everybody, and don't move mountains. Nobody wants your job, Mr. President, or at least I don't. You got a hard job, but what I would ask for you from this point on is to make sure you look at all 50 of us as your allies. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez.
Thanks. This is like the third time I gotta follow Jeanette. I'm like, come on. Bingo. Thank you, Mr. President. Root causes, huh? Look, I was doing some reading this morning. A number of different outlets are reporting on this budget. And one really caught my eye for talking about our budget as both a moral and political document. And that framing really stuck, really spoke to me. And I think about what morally Chicagoans deserve. I think, morally speaking, Chicagoans deserve an Office of Labor Standards that works on their behalf. Morally, that could speak the multiple languages of the city to make sure that we are processing worker complaints. I think, morally, Chicagoans deserve more mental health support, not less. I think, morally, Chicagoans deserve a government that invests in our financial future, that covers our pensions. I think morally, public workers deserve, upon their retirement, what they are promised upon working. I was reminded last week by my sister from the 14th Ward about how morally, our cities, citizens, our cities' residents deserve not to feel like if they go to church, they can be deported. Our brothers and sisters morally deserve that they can get a job if that's what they want. That morally, that they don't have to feel like if they take their child to school, that they could be apprehended in a country that they've lived in for generations potentially and be deported. The fact is, my father's lived in this country for 70 years and is not a U.S. citizen, my friends. He was a third-shift truck driver for the Chicago Sun-Times, a Teamster worker, but is not a citizen of this country. And he potentially can be deported if we work as a city with our federal government, if there's a conservative federal government that would have him deported. This is personal. Thank you for speaking today, so many of you, on behalf of our brothers and sisters who are in the shadows, but who deserve to be brought to the light. So in this budget, we increase our Office of Labor Standards by 50%. We reestablish a Department of Environment. We pay an extra $300 million towards our pension debt. We put ourselves on a path to be 90% covered by 2050. This budget adds 300 civilian positions to CPD to streamline our work. Look, this budget is a moral and a political document, and it has earned my support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Ruth Cruz.
Thank you, President. I also want to start by saying thank you to our Budget Director, Annette Guzman, for the work that you and your staff have done throughout the budget hearings. Also all departments that have been here, but also a special thanks to Chairman Irvin. It definitely was 2 long weeks and everything was well executed. I remember what my colleagues will say, 2 weeks you won't see your staff, you won't see your residents, and you won't see your family. They weren't kidding. Definitely were 2 long weeks, but very productive weeks. I came in here with open mind and ready to learn and ask questions. My desk was full of books and information, was trying to understand Alderman Cardona sharing last year numbers and trying to see what will be the difference this year. So I came in to represent my residents with their needs and concerns, but also throughout the budget hearings, it was important for me to see a budget that reflects the values of a more progressive tomorrow. And that's what we have seen in this budget. We have seen scale path to reopen Chicago's mental health clinics. We are helping to ensure mental wellness. And for that, I'm very thankful for the work you have been doing, Mr. President. Also bringing back the Department of Environment. I think we have to make sure that we are addressing climate and environment concerns throughout the city, but also quality of life of the residents, from home repair programs, continuing the program for the lead service line replacement programs, forestry, and other services that will be included. But also youth summer programs. I've told my youth, you're all going to be busy this summer working for the city of Chicago and really doing an impact to our community. But also the extra staffer. I know some other wards may not need it, but I can say for my ward, we definitely need that extra staffer based on, everything that we have. We're working and making sure that we're bringing the change and the services that community wants to see. Today marks exactly 6 months. So many of us got sworn in as a freshman alderman, and I think we are proud of the work that we have done in the 6 months that we have been here. So I'm proud of the work that we all have done. And again, because of things like this, I will be supporting this budget. Are there changes that I would love to see, other things? Absolutely. I don't think anything is perfect, but that's something we'll address next year. But again, you have my support, and let's continue. We're helping the city move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. $16 billion, 6 months. I just want to say congratulations. I'd like to thank everyone from your team, from the finance, the controller, the budget, everyone who put this budget together. They did a dynamic job to figure out everything with $16 billion in 6 months. I also want to commend your staff, Mr. Mayor, for listening. I got up here and I spoke about I have no problem with helping the migrants, but we had to help returning residents. We had to help other parts of our community. And you all figured out a way to do that. 4 new staff people for a permanent office, not opera money, for returning residents. It's funny because as I look at this budget and I look at some of the highlights, to me, it all comes together very holistically as being, and some people may differ, but to me it's like a different way of looking at public safety, right? This is a public safety budget. I mean, you didn't hire more police officers, but you put 300 civilians in the police department, which is going to relieve the police from working inside and putting them out on the street. You helping returning residents who are coming home. We get about 10,000 returning residents every year. West Side, South Side, North Side, quiet as it's kept. All over the city of Chicago, quiet as it's kept. Not just African Americans and Latinos, people of all nationalities. And I visit the prisons and the jails. All types of folks have challenges. And when you help those folks to sustain themselves and get themselves back on track, you help our whole society. We end up saving money because it's not costing us money. The same thing with mental illness. Putting money back into mental illness is holistic, and if we help those folks to get their medicine, get the help that they need, then we help our whole society. So we have less people sleeping in tents in the streets. We have less people sleeping under viaducts. We have less people doing things that cause them to be unproductive in our society or possibly hurt someone else. This is a very holistic, straight to the heart budget. And then we talk about hiring, 4,000 more youth? Not just 4,000 youth. We're talking about 4,000 more youth for the summer. 4,000 young people who potentially could just have idle time and start fights on Facebook and end up doing something to hurt one another. 4,000 youth who could potentially be doing something unproductive in our society, but we're giving them an opportunity to be productive and to do something to contribute to our society. This is a very holistic budget. And then I even think about, and I was just looking at my notes, in 2020, I was on the task force for brainstorming downtown. So I was on that task force to brainstorm downtown, one of the few aldermen on that task force. And one of the things that I mentioned in that task force, and I think I had a conversation with you about it, I was talking about how in the 80s, how, Presidential Towers is in my ward, how Rostenkowski and other people, when the economy was bad, the real estate market was bad, they went to Washington, D.C., got money, and you'd be surprised of all these buildings that's downtown that have Section 8 in them. They had 20% Section 8, even Presidential Towers. A lot of folks don't know that, but those buildings couldn't have been built if government didn't help them out, right? And so I mentioned that with this task force, this brainstorming for downtown, and I like to think that's where the idea came from of reimagining LaSalle Street, right? Because that's a very important thing to be able to help sustain downtown, get those buildings built, but also at the same time be able to get affordable housing for people in the city of Chicago and let everybody know that downtown is not just for certain people, it's for everybody. It's all of ours, right? So when you move all types of people downtown, then everybody know that downtown is for all of us. So I commend you in your office for working with Alderman Conway and also Alderman Riley on making sure that those things continue. And I'm going to tell you, Mayor, I didn't say anything, but I think that's very important, that we continue to have affordable housing downtown and we make sure that Reimagine downtown continue to happen because it's beneficial to the city of Chicago, it's beneficial to labor in this city because construction workers get their jobs and so on and so forth, but also it brings a lot more activity to the downtown area and help to sustain our downtown. The things you're doing with the Department of Environment, getting that money, putting that office back in place is very important. All of the money that's going back to homelessness, helping people with homelessness, it goes back to what I said earlier. Community safety, putting money in place to use folks who may have made mistakes in their lives, but now want to give back to our community and help our community to get back on track, help their kids and their grandkids not to make the same mistakes that they've made, is very important. And I commend you, Mayor, on putting more money into that pot to help these guys. So that goes right into the returning residents piece. Help those guys to be able to give back to our society, be the role models that they should be instead of the role models that they had been, right? And so I just want to say this is a very straight to the heart of some of the challenges that cost us so much money in our society that we're putting into this budget. So I just want to say, Mayor, thank you. The lead service replacement, $53 million, $53 million to fix and remove lead pipes all over the city of Chicago, which we found out dealing with the water department in some of our hearings, that there's going to be opportunities for people to work, people to create businesses in the plumbing industry, in the labor industry for years to come. This is an investment in our city. This is an investment in our people. This is an investment in our health. So I just want to say this is a very fiscal responsible budget, $16 million, making sure that we continue to deal with the pension payments that we have to make. So I just want to thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank all of your staff. I'm going to be voting for this budget because it gets to the heart of our challenges here in the city of Chicago. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes a person who may not have seen the 80s. Alderman Mosley.
Got you. Mr. President, no, I'm a 90s baby, 91. I rise because this is a people-centered budget. I say that because normally my ward will get to see one or two things that they can really point to, but here we're making investments in community safety, homelessness, mental health, youth jobs, a commission on reparations, and a new office of reentry. That's the Chicago that I want the world to know. And as the city that does the pizza best, I would submit that if our budget was a pizza, the Chicagoans will see themselves in the crust, in the sauce, in the cheese, and the toppings. And guess what? Everybody's getting a slice. And the folks who have been impacted the most are going to get the biggest slice. So I say yes to that, Mr. President, and I'll be a yes on this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Barely the 80s, the chair recognizes Alderman Knudsen.
As a point of information, I didn't see the 80s either. I'm 1990. It's my biggest regret, not seeing the 80s. Also, following up Alderman Mosley, I have no good pizza analogy, and that's going to weaken my speech. I want to start with something just that Alderman Taylor said. As we've all been shuffling around these past 6 weeks that feel like we packed in months, we had some great loss. Miss Sharon Munson on the third floor was someone who was so kind, and I know City Hall staff is really grieving while they're working hard. And my heart goes out to them. My heart goes out to her family. She gave the best hugs. My first office a year ago was just past her desk. She really was helpful with me not ever remembering my key and teaching me where things were, and just such a kind person, and so heartbreaking to have her loss. I also want to say again the loss of the firefighter this week, Drew Price. Drew served in my ward. Engine 55, Truck 44, lived in Ruth Cruz's ward, and it's just heartbreaking. It's the ultimate sacrifice, and my heart goes out to the family. Final thanks before I make a few budget points. Director Guzman, amazing job. You've been approachable throughout this whole process. IGA, I'm going to miss talking to you all really late at night all the time, and who knows, in a few weeks it's probably going to happen again, but you're all working so hard, and just appreciate it really greatly. I want to say at the outset of this budget, we really asked for a budget out of our ward that invests in public safety. That means so many different things to different people. And I'm voting yes on this budget because I think the approach to public safety is dynamic and, as Alderman Burnett said, holistic. This budget invests in the police, but it also invests in community safety, violence intervention, youth programs, and youth jobs. It does so in a way that looks to civilianization. These are jobs coming into the CPD, the police department, that we have an easier time filling. And they free up our officers, they de-stress our officers to do the work that they're tasked to do, that hopefully will help us see increased patrol, the route to beat integrity in our wards. We do so with the pathway to 200 detective jobs, increasing the clearance rate, making sure that we see justice where justice is fit. I also want to say something parallel to civilianization is a goal of treatment, not trauma, that we're looking into, and it's the end of the co-response model to mental health calls. We talked to Superintendent Snelling on his way in about his belief in that, and I feel like his appointment was the first investment in public safety in this administration, and I'm so happy that mental health response calls are going to be responded to through specialists that are specifically trained to handle these jobs. The Department of the Environment, Chairwoman Haddon and I think have a lot of goals for environmental policy, making sure that we as a city really invest in the innovative environmental hub that we can be and need to be going forward for our duty to fulfill to the whole world, but also acknowledging that we're connected to Lake Michigan, a massive freshwater lake source, and we will be the hub for climate migrants in decades to come. We have to look at these innovative jobs. And in doing so, we have to knock off some low-hanging fruit in environmental policy. We've got to electrify things like snow blowers and leaf blowers. We've got to look at anti-idling. We've got to look into decarbonization. And setting up a Department of Environment gives us the staff infrastructure to do so. I also want to say, on the note of no property tax increase, I think some aldermen have made very valid points about, hoping that this doesn't just kick a revenue can down into the future. As we make sure that doesn't happen, I think ways we really need to lean in: tourism, the business community, natural sources of growth revenue in our city that looking into the next few months we've got to foster. Those are ways that advertise Chicago worldwide and create natural revenue for us. Us leading into that is how we avoid coming back to ask for more property tax increases, which none of us want to do. I want to give a final thanks, to all of our local staffs are working so hard. We have had a lot of counsel lately, and I know everyone's excited to get back to their wards and really show that at the core of this job, serving as an alderperson, is getting results done in your ward, and this budget also sets us up to better do that. It's not a small thing. Cranes has written about this quite a bit, how our offices are not necessarily set up for success because we are very lean. We have hardworking staffs that work beyond regular working hours, just like so many mentioned here today, and we need to get things done for our community or else we have no business being here. This additional staff person frees up places in a lot of our expense budgets to invest in technology, to even make it a sweeter deal in getting results done for our communities. I strongly believe that's at the core of this job, and I don't think that piece of this budget can be overlooked. So that being said, I'm a yes on this budget vote. I appreciate really everyone noted and you, Mayor, for bringing this forward, and now it's time to get back to our wards and get to work. So thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alder Gutierrez.
I didn't sign up, but I can definitely say something.
All right, I have you down.
Oh,
We're
it's
just
fine.
on a roll,
I
people who
will.
were not born in the 80s, so
Oh.
let's just keep it going.
No, thank you, Chairman. For me, being a new alderwoman, and I love to use alderwoman term because it's few of us here. And also, I would love to girls in our communities to look at us women, sacrificing our time with our families, and also sacrificing the time at our wards, because sometimes we're here for a long time. Being part of this budget, I was one of the few that stood here until 8:30 at night several days. It was just 5 or 6 of us. But also I understand some of my colleagues have been longer, and they do understand and know already deal about the departments and everything. But for us new ones, I think it was amazing to learn from every single department. And that's why I would like to give thanks to Ms. Guzman, all her hard worker team, and everybody that has been working towards this great budget. And I am just confident that if we were able to pursue amazing things in 6 months, I foresee good term for everybody. I know it's not been easy. We're dealing with many things at once, difficult decisions, but we always need to remember why we're here. And for me, having the heart in the community, being an immigrant, being a mom, it's a pleasure for me to be here, stand, and vote yes for this budget. Because I am confident that we're going to push forward our city. And sometimes I understand we won't be in agree with some of my colleagues, but I am confident that we're going to come again to the table, discuss it, and for the better of our communities. I just want to remind all of you, as my colleague Rodriguez said, let's not lead into misinformation. Let's understand history and have it not repeated. We are a sanctuary city for many reasons. And we need to continue to be like that. You just call home to my 90% of Latinos, immigrant in my community. I do have thousands of people undocumented in my ward that I'm happy to serve the same way as a citizen or a permanent resident. They all work hard. They all chose Chicago for a reason, as I did as well. So we're no one to neglect services when they're not citizens. You know, I'm now the proud alderman of the 14th ward after 54 years. In the last years, I also faced that neglection myself because I was not a citizen myself. I'm tired of that, and we need to continue to do better. Every single one of our residents and newcomers deserve the resources and the services. It's tough times, yes, but I'm confident that we can get it done. There's bright people in this council, in this administration, and all the departments. It's not going to be easy, but as my first remarks when I just started as a council member, we just need to continue to unite, work together, and not point fingers, because that's not going to get us anywhere. So please, people, do not misinform our community. Something is about helping newcomers, and something real different is being a welcoming and sanctuary city. We cannot go back to the rates and for people to be afraid of not being able to go to school, church, and continue their lives in this city. Gente, no se deje llevar por la malinformación. Si nosotros votamos para quitar la ciudad santuario, corremos peligro en que nuestras familias sean deportadas. ¿Y qué va a pasar con nuestros niños? ¿Qué va a pasar con nuestras familias si eso llega a pasar? We cannot afford having deportations. We cannot afford kids to be here. They're citizens. They were born here. We cannot afford them to be here alone. What we're facing, and their parents are here. Imagine if their parents just go back to their countries. Imagine all of those people that have their small business or big businesses, because some of them have already created great entrepreneurships. What if they lose their houses? What's going to happen to our city overall? Let's not be selfish because we don't want to help the newcomers. Let's think about every single one of our community members that we are elected to serve equally. So I'm voting yes for these, and I'm happy to continue to be part of these amazing efforts to move forward the city. As the Vice Chair of the Workforce Development, to have the most progressive ordinance in the whole country, giving the opportunity for our workers to be able to be with their families and to be able to, if they're sick, to recover at home or go to the doctor. If we were able to bring Chicago home and one fair wage and all of these amazing things in 6 months, imagine all the great things that we're going to accomplish together. So with that said, I'm just so excited, as you can tell. I'm happy. Yes, it's been hard days. And I'm also glad that we're having that other staffer in our office. You all know me, and I do work Monday through Sundays. Me and my staff are out there morning, evenings, and nights. And we do need another staffer so we can continue that mission of serving every single one of our 14 ward residents. So thank you all, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. So just for clarity, I have 3 more alders that according to my list, I have alders Gardner, Vasquez, and Coleman. Alder Gardner, did I get that right? All right, sorry for the break from the 80s. Welcome. The chair recognizes Alder Gardner.
No worries. Yes, I wasn't born in the 80s, just to be safe, too. I won't say if it was before or after, but it's for another story. Thank you, Mr. President. And prior to getting to my opinion of this budget, I would like to give thanks to members of your staff. Beth Beatty, for many of us, we've worked with her for quite a time. This will be her last budget. She's done an excellent job. She's been awesome to work with, and we all wish her the very best. I think we all agree on that. Ruaida, my Palestinian sister, thank you for your friendship and your diligence. Please, Mayor, do whatever it takes to keep her around. For many of us, it's very uplifting to have somebody of the Muslim community here representing people of their community. So please do whatever it takes to keep her. Budget Director Annette Guzman, Chairman Irvin, thank you very much. Shout out to Jason Lee, who called and tried to sway my vote last night. I didn't even know he knew I existed. So that was a welcome call to have. It was great to talk to him. Budget votes tend to get our attention, and what grabs my attention is the $150 million set aside for migrants for 6 months. Now, I know we stacked the gallery with many people who are in support of this, and we have a nice kumbaya, and everybody's holding hands today, and I think that's great. But I'm going to speak on behalf of many people, not only in my ward, but throughout this city. I will start by saying I'm a first-generation American. I'm one of 7 children, believe it or not. My mother and father are from Ireland. We grew up in a household with 1 income, 1 bathroom. My mother raises 7 children, and she raised many of the children in our community as well. Fed them, looked after them. They taught us to love everybody, but they also taught us to be fiscally responsible. And you can't overextend yourself. And you have to realize when you are doing so, and you have to pump the brakes at times. In 2023, Chicago taxpayers will pay an estimated $361 million towards migrant issue. The next 6 months will pay another $150. Now, I'm not a math major. I didn't major in math at St. Xavier University. But it tells me that for 6 months, for 150, that would equal, for 12 months, we're going to be at another $300 million in 2024, which would put us over $500 million in 24 months. There's many people in this city, black, brown, and dare I even say white, who can utilize that money, who can use those funds. And one thing my parents taught me was that you have to take care of what is within your realm, your family first, before you start taking care of other people. And I think that applies here. I think we have many unhoused individuals already here that need our assistance, whether fiscally, whether it be our time, our energy. We have veterans who are in grave assistance, who need grave assistance as well. And I think we need to be fiscally responsible and think about that before we just rubber stamp a budget that is going to give, like I said, $300 million towards the migrant issue. I want to be very clear. It has nothing to do whether or not I'm closed-minded. I have a big heart just like everybody in this room. I don't feel good when I see individuals sleeping outside of our police stations or begging for money at every other corner. But for the safety of the over 20,000 migrants that are already here in the city of Chicago, in the safety of our residents that are already here, we need to pump the brakes and say, hey, we need to take a bigger look at this and what we are doing, and we need to be fiscally responsible with our taxpayers' money. Now, I commend you, Mayor. There's no increase in property taxes this year in 2024. Great. I will bet anybody in this room my entire next year's salary that the following year we will guarantee have a property tax increase. You can only order steak so long in the restaurant before the bill will come. And that bill is coming. We will pay it in 2025 and we will pay it in 2026. Obviously, we won't do it in 2027 because that's an election year and you guys all know how that goes. We won't ask aldermen to vote on a budget increase when they're running for re-election. That's the rules. You know that, but you won't say that. So if you need a bad guy in the room, you no longer need to point to my colleague, Ray Lopez. You can point at me as well. Because I will be the fiscally responsible one saying, this is a problem and we need to pump the brakes. So I am a no on this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alder Andre Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. These are pivotal times for our great city of Chicago. In a time of opportunity, but also of crisis, it is the responsibility of this council, city departments, and our new mayor to envision a path forward that serves all Chicagoans. The public understands our challenges and feels them deeply. They want to have the confidence in their elected government to deliver on the promise of Chicago's potential. It is in that spirit and in full understanding of our responsibility to the public that I will be voting yes in support of this 2024 budget. Whether it is reimagining public safety solutions that break us out of generational cycles of harm and violence, balancing the challenge of new arrivals looking to build a better life with the needs of families who have been here for generations and still face poverty and disenfranchisement, or thinking about our city's global responsibility to protecting the future of our planet, this 2024 budget is the first step, the pivot that will lead us to a more progressive path forward. I would like to commend your choice in leadership, Mr. Mayor. Budget Director Guzman, CFO Jill Jaworski, and Comptroller Ray Winkle showed not only the passion and work ethic necessary for this endeavor, but also the focus on improving our operations that I believe are needed desperately in city government. The work that Director Guzman and team did on the front end to hear the different caucus and alder priorities helped inform much of the direction of this 2024 budget, which in turn helped facilitate negotiations once the budget was introduced. I also very much appreciate that Director Guzman and I share a vision for a year-round aldermanic budget workshop to help develop ideas, not just react to challenges, and become more forward-thinking fiscal stewards for our city. Thank you for your leadership, Director Guzman. I'd also like to thank Chairman Jason Irving for his leadership in the budget hearings. You had some very big shoes to fill after Chairwoman Dow's masterful run last term. You rose to the occasion by finding ways to consolidate department hearings to make them more efficient, digging in to follow up on points raised by members of this council, and fearlessly holding to account those who could have come better prepared. It showed a responsibility to the role, but also a deep care of the process, and I want to thank you for bringing your full self to these hearings. Mayor Johnson, I don't believe the hand that you've been dealt just 6 months into your term as mayor can be understated. Those of us who began our political careers in the last term felt the tension of being newly elected 1 year in as we faced a global pandemic. As challenging as it was for us, we found our path forward together. Mr. Mayor, you don't have that luxury of having the first year in your position without a crisis. Instead, from your first day on the job, you faced a true scale of a humanitarian crisis. The challenge of over 20,000 new arrivals of mothers, fathers, and children fleeing violence and seeking refuge in our city, just like many of our parents and grandparents did, presents the kind of humanitarian challenge that defines generations. It is a moment that demands the resolve of true, principled leadership that recognizes the humanity in all of us. At the same time, it has also been made painfully clear the inequity that our city has been plagued by since its inception, the segregation and marginalization of our Black siblings here in Chicago. We have long lived in a nation and a system that pits one group against the other, fighting for resources in a zero-sum race to the bottom. I commend you, Mr. Mayor, for not accepting that premise and instead working to address the needs of all to the best of a city's ability in this budget. In this budget, we see a substantial amount, $150 million, appropriated towards the migrant mission. While we can all admit that the number isn't enough, it does show a commitment to finding solutions rather than to ignoring the problem, while acknowledging that more support is needed by our federal and state partners. Chicagoans can stand proudly knowing that when asked to embody the values this nation purports to champion, we, unlike nearly every other city in the Union, didn't hesitate or flinch away from our responsibility as a sanctuary city to other human beings who come seeking our help. We can be proud of that as Chicagoans. Nor did we forsake our responsibility to those communities who were already suffering from disinvestment before this current crisis. This budget, in recognizing and addressing the historical inequity in our city's investments, centers those who need our support most, knowing that a rising tide lifts all boats, and then when we rise, we do so shoulder to shoulder as one people. This budget establishes the Office of Reentry, it strengthens the Office of Labor Standards, and invests funds to establish a reparations commission and subcommittee, as well as the treatment, not trauma, and peace book ordinances. That's right, give it up. These steps are tangible, progressive, equitable solutions to the problems we face. Instead of repeating the failed strategies and rhetoric of the past, this budget jettisons us forward by addressing the causes of poverty, of violence and criminality, of homelessness and trauma at their roots, rather than miserably treating its symptoms. This budget also reestablishes the Department of Environment, a win for our city and our planet. This is a measure that many of us fought for unsuccessfully last term. This term, the goal was achieved without a fight and in a true spirit of collaboration. There is much more work to do there, but in this budget, the seed has been planted. Now, in my time in government, I have strived to operate fairly and independently, and in full transparency, there are some concerns in this budget that I would be remiss not to mention. There is what I believe to be an over-reliance on surplusing TIFs and a lack of structural revenue in this budget that I fear will lead to larger deficits and tougher budgets to come, to my colleague's point. I do believe that the CPI index tax increase that passed last term should have continued in this budget, as it is better to have incremental increases rather than the larger, more unpredictable increases to fill larger accumulated deficits in future years. I do not believe it is the most responsible path forward, especially as we have yet to identify other structural revenue sources. I'm not being a bad guy, I'm just saying the truth. I'm also concerned about the unaccountable spend on the police budget, which currently takes up over 40% of the corporate fund. This budget not only continues that trend, it increases it to over $2 billion when factoring in the appropriations related to the police and the Office of Public Safety Administration, Fleet and Facility Management, and other departments. When we have 36 city departments and only one takes up 40% of the corporate fund, I do find it irresponsible to increase that department's budget without an independent forensic audit of how that money is spent and how effective its operations are. In talking to our officers on the ground who take on some of the hardest, most dangerous work in government, even they don't see the results of that spend. We fail those who put their lives on the line by failing to do our due diligence in ensuring that the dollars we appropriate towards public safety are spent effectively. My hope is that in advance of future budgets, we engage in the necessary work of auditing the Chicago Police Department to ensure that it is as effective and well-managed of a resource as our city and taxpayers deserve. We have much work to do, but I do want to thank you for negotiating in good faith. As the negotiations I was directly involved in led to improvements in direct services to the neighbors of the 40th Ward and across town. Among others, the reestablishment of a Department of Technology and Information, an increase in positions in the city clerk's office, and an increase in ward office staff to every ward in the city of Chicago. I'll add that I don't need a study to know that we need more help, because I'm in my ward office, in my ward, dealing with our constituents. We know we need the support, which is why so many of our members were in support of that amendment. We also, in this budget and part of negotiations, work towards a commitment to reparations. Thank you, Mayor Johnson and team, for working with us to make those necessary changes. By modernizing how our city works in every department and in the city clerk's office, we make government more convenient, more efficient, and therefore more effective, which benefits us all. By increasing the staff in each office, we improve that level of service for the constituents who pay our salaries. We deliver better for the people we serve every day. This is even more important given the changing nature of our work, as we have dealt with more trauma and crisis than the generations of alders who came before us. This government belongs to the people, and it's our duty to ensure that the delivery of service, as well as the constituent experience, is constantly improving and held to the highest standards. It is what our people deserve, and I thank you and your team for engaging in the good faith negotiations that led to those improvements. As we consider the work left unfinished, I ask that in future budgets, we invest more directly in the organizations that address gender-based violence rather than appropriating those funds to the police department, that we invest in true and meaningful language access for all of our neighbors, and that we find structural revenue to keep us on a responsible fiscal path forward. Next year, I also hope you'll consider spending time to dissect the finance general spending as called for by myself, civic accountability groups, and COFA. I'm sure we share the stance that we alders deserve those details, just as the public deserves a deeper understanding of what we choose to do with the tax dollars we are entrusted with. While there is always more work to do, I believe this is a budget that all of us can be proud of, especially given the challenges a brand new administration tackles during the same time as it was being developed. It forges a solid and intentional path forward that centers the humanity of all the Chicagoans, dare I say it, the soul of Chicago that we serve, and I'm proud to support this budget. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President, for coming back to the late 80s. While not a perfect budget, growing up in the Black church, we were taught that the only one and thing perfect is God. And I think in less than 180 days being under this administration, it has been an answered prayer to work with the budget director of Annette Guzman. I want to thank you for your inclusiveness, your collaboration with the Chicago Automatic Black Caucus, and just being a good person to work with and just having good vibes. It was a never immediate no, it was a always, let me take this back and let's work on this. To Jason Lee, who's listening, you are a delight. To my brother from the West Side, Chairman Jason Irvin, I want to thank you for helping your passive-aggressive, passionate sister from Inglewood in this process and following your footsteps and leading the Black Caucus and holding my hand. You and Greg Mitchell held my hand and understanding and advocating for our caucus. It has already been mentioned, protocol has been met on what we were able to accomplish, but I just want to reiterate what Vice Mayor Walter Burnett has said: a fully funded Office of Reentry. A fully funded Office of Reentry to help brothers and sisters not return back to 26 in California and Statesville, that will be able to legislate good legislation of good policy so that we can get our delegate agencies and those that are helping returning citizens to be productive citizens right here in the greatest city ever. Thank you. Chairman Dow, you know I've been asking in 2019 and 2020, and then I started begging like Keith Sweat. Down on bended knees like Boys to Men for that restorative justice and for reparations. And this budget now reflects so that we can get that commission and get on a strict 12-month process in the subcommittee under Chairman Mitz in the Committee on Contract Oversight and Equity to transition so that the Conrad Rural Reparations Committee, and I know they're listening and hearing, that we will have this document, this will be real life in 12 months and have a real commission that was promised 4 years ago. I want to thank Vice Chair Mitchell, Harris, Curtis on your expertise with Department of Streets and Sand to ensure that that department will restructure and make sure that there are high lifts in districts on the south and west side. And also, we get the city services that our wards deserve. And last but not least, I want to uplift Chairwoman Jeanette Beatrice Taylor and let you know that Alderman Dow, Robinson, Yancey, who's celebrating a birthday, Hall, Mitchell, Harris, Beal, myself, Moore, Curtis, Ronnie, Mosley, Scott, Burnett, Irvin, Taliaferro, Haddon, Clay, and Martin. That's all y'all, right? that we're going to uplift you and continue on the work that Alderwoman Leslie Harrison started and make sure that the Committee on Education as well as Workforce and Health and Human Relations, so that those young men from East Garfield Park and the young people that I just met from Lake South Shore, Walter Payton, will you young people stand up? And that peace book will ensure that every young person in the city of Chicago not only has an opportunity to work in their city, but to be a part of solving the challenges in our city. And I want to reiterate to you, Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor, that we are supporting you and getting the peace book, again, what was written in those 6 pages, that it will become a reality to better our Chicago. Thank you, Mr. President, for a great 180 days. Again, while not a perfect budget, but certainly we only have the perfect love for God and the perfect love for this city of making it a better place and the greatest city ever. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next 3 alders that I have, and I will call in this order, Mana Hoppenworth, Sposato, and Villegas. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mana Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I cannot top this incredible, these words from Alder Coleman. And thank you to the Black Caucus for all your work. I look forward to what's to come, especially with the Commission for Reparations. I stand before you to say thank you. Thank you to our budget director. Thank you to Chair Irvin and also to Vice Chair Lee for the budget process, which I learned so much about. I believe that we are on a right path. It's unbelievable to me in comparison to where we were just a year ago when we're talking about the budget. And this truly is a people's budget. I want to thank everyone who's joined us today in the gallery, especially those who are here from the 48th Ward, and the advocates who are fighting on behalf of every single neighborhood in Chicago. Thank you for showing up. It is 80% of our work to show up, and I promise that we will continue to do that to help each other show up here in City Council to represent you. I believe that this budget is on the right path. I have concerns too, including how we are addressing public safety. And what does that look like in a year from now? I would like to be able to say that I truly understand where our dollars are going and how what we have done in the previous 12 months, where we are putting our dollars. As Alder Rodriguez said, budgets are a moral document and also a political one. And so I want to say also that we do have a moment here where we must say whether or not we are fulfilling our campaign promises. I want to thank you, Mayor, President, for stepping up to address the inequities in every single ward. In the 48th Ward, we are one of the most diverse wards, including the highest number of LGBTQ+ people, and it is Trans Week of Remembrance. So I want to shout out to my trans siblings out there, because public safety belongs to them too. And we are a beacon of hope in Chicago, the greatest city in the world. And so we want to continue to be that, to be the welcoming city, to be the sanctuary city that we say that we are. And I look forward to working towards that end in the 48th Ward and every single neighborhood in Chicago. So I support this budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Mr. President, I promise to be less than 16 minutes, I can assure you that. I didn't prepare an eloquent speech like some of my colleagues did, and some of them were very good, I have to say. I can't say I agree with everybody, but I also don't disagree with everybody. As my esteemed colleague from the West Side likes to say, though, you're entitled to your opinion, but you're not entitled to your facts. Mr. President, I want to congratulate you and your team. I've seen for the past 4 years, 8 years, I've seen people that were very critical of the budgets, never supported them, and now somehow, some way, you and your team have people gushing with joy for this budget. So I congratulate you on that. I do have some concerns. I have a little concerned about the $150 million. I think it's going to end up being much more than that. But I also am very concerned about the people staying in the police station still. I'm a passionate man. I'm a generous man. I think I've at least proven to people that I'm a generous person, that's for sure. I don't have the answer, so we have to try to figure this out. So I'm glad that this $150 million at least be a start towards clearing out the police stations so these asylum seekers will have a better life, and also the police officers will have a more productive, easier life to work and serve the residents of their districts. Annette, if I may just call you Annette, so Annette's like the only one on your team I was really talking to. So the extra employee, Mr. President, is huge. Not as huge for me as some other people, as you newbies. Boy, I tell you, when I started, it was tough with 3 employees. Let me tell you, we tried to figure out this juggling act because, and more than ever now, it just seems to be everything's a meeting. Everybody wants a meeting. I had a meeting last night. I have a meeting tonight. It's just nonstop. So our employees get beat up a little. I think as a person that's been around for 12 years, I do think they're a little underpaid. Some people may think and be thinking, oh, I'll take that job. I'll work for an alderman. I'll make the money they make. But they're difficult, very demanding jobs, you know, weekends, nights, meetings, so on and so forth. Also the extra money. You know, some of my colleagues, I pay $2,000 for rent, so it's not that big of a deal for me, but I know some of my colleagues are paying upward above $4,000, and 2 of my colleagues can't even afford to rent an office in their ward, so they have to have their office at City Hall. So I took this very serious. I think the chairman will say I don't know if anybody was here more often or as long as I was. I came early, I stayed late. I did miss one day though. I had to take a break. It's just I have to get back to the ward to take care of business. So, but I do have, first you're all hating on Ray Lopez, then Jim Gardner volunteered to be hating on, so now I'm going to be the guy to be hating on. I do have a problem with the reparations committee. I don't know what it's about. I don't know what the $500,000 is going to, but overall, I've always said you can't pick one item in the budget to vote no on it. I was a yes until the reparations thing came around, but now, I told you they could hate on me. I was expecting it, but I'm a man that speaks the truth, all right? I'm going to give it a year. I'm going to see where it goes. I don't know where money's going. I don't know if it's going towards a commissioner. I don't know what it's going towards, but as your first budget, I will be supporting this budget. And lastly, I just want to say, she's on her way out. Beth, you were a pleasure to work with. I consider you a lifelong friend. I wish you the best. You'll be certainly be missed by me, and I'm just guessing 49 other of my colleagues. So with that, Mr. President, congratulations. You converted many people. You had me, you lost me, now you have me back. So congratulations. I will be voting yes. Thank you. As one of the 3 people born in the 50s, I'll be voting yes.
Thank you. All right. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did want to clear up some comments around the closure of CPS schools and how the city council did not actually vote to close schools. It was CPS board and then Rahm Emanuel that agreed to close the schools. So I just wanted to put that on the record because I don't want to get calls from constituents saying, hey, why did you vote to close the schools as a city council member? So that was something that the CPS board of directors did. I want to thank my colleague from the 27th Ward who's been a huge advocate for returning citizens. And congratulations that appropriation is in the budget to the tune of $5 million. But I also want to talk about the other returning citizens, the 65,000 that we just celebrated this past weekend. And last week we spoke, majority of the members spoke in favor of the resolution that talked about the veterans. So I need my colleagues' help to make sure that we can beef up the Office of Veteran Affairs. We have 65,000 veterans here in Chicago, and we have thousands that come back, tens of thousands that come back every year. And we want to make sure that we're welcoming them to the great state of Illinois and the great city of Chicago. So definitely need your help, colleagues, for that. One of the items in this budget that I'm excited about is the decoupling of the IT from AIS, which was a disaster from the get-go. But after advocacy from my colleagues, I'm glad to see that this is in the budget. It's an important department because of the fact that we need to start doubling down on delivering IT because there's money to be saved. I'm talking about real money, hundreds of millions of dollars if we can get this IT mod up and running quickly. And I would ask the administration to act in earnest to get this done, because it's tough to take a look at the upcoming budgets where there's going to be gaps. And we can realize those savings if the IT department moves quickly to implement the modernization around the ERP, which in turn will help finance, which will help HR, which will also help procurement. So we need that immediately. We need to get that done. The body has taken 2 steps with the Gardner report, as well as the appropriation of $350 million, and that appropriation is still in the budget. For the IT mod, we just need the executive branch to get that CIO going. The IT modernization will also help with getting development going quicker. Oftentimes cities are looked at how they're succeeding by the cranes in the air. Right now we have 11 cranes in the air. 2024, we're projected to have 2 or 3. And that's because of the bureaucracy within the planning department. And so I hope that the IT mod can help with quickly approving and getting these projects up and running, because we need that revenue. We need that revenue, and that's revenue that's sitting on the table. And so, Mr. President, although this budget's not perfect, there are a lot of things that we need to improve on. And the fact that there's nothing stopping this body from coming back mid-year to take a look at amending things, that's why I'll be supporting this budget. Mr. President, congratulations on putting forward a budget that begins to address some of the issues that are facing the city. But again, this city of Chicago, the city council, we need to make sure that we're going to be very active in Springfield, very active in Washington, D.C., to take a look at how can we get some assistance, whether it's the expansion of sales tax to offset some of the revenue, or to get some new revenue, or while in Washington, D.C., advocating for some assistance with the new arrivals. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chairman Irvin has asked for deference to allow Chairwoman Dow to provide the closing remarks. So with that being said, Alderman Villegas is the last person that I have recorded as someone who wishes to speak. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this budget before we provide the deference that Chairman Irvin has requested? Okay, then. With that, the chair recognizes Chairwoman Pat Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I've been asked why I supported you for mayor, I tell people that you spoke with your values and you led with your values in this budget. I saw a man who saw our communities. I saw a black man who lived in a black community, who saw the entire city. And I think this budget is a reflection of your values. I think this is a very good budget. It fulfills the city's commitments to the residents, and it moves the needle forward on some transformational priorities that we have heard you speak about in the past, many of which we all in this body agree with. And I'm going to take the liberty of just putting down what I listed, which was the mental health care for all, the homeless prevention and support, the stabilizing of the CPD officers' ranks, the establishment of the Office of Reentry, and I want to acknowledge Alderman Burnett's advocacy for this, something that he's been advocating for a long time. The implementing of a non-police public safety response model that Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez has been working on for a number of years. The reestablishment of the Department of Environment, and I know Alderman Haddon is still up there with us remotely. I want to acknowledge her push for this and many others. The funding of summer jobs for youth, I think, was huge. The funding of a reparations commission, and Alderman Sposato, we're going to make you a member of that commission so you know exactly what's going on. Investing in street-level, community-focused violence prevention services, expanding the utility bill relief program to 3 flats was huge. Debt payment forgiveness programs, and continuing to make supplemental payments to shore up our pension obligations. I don't think a lot's been said about that, but that is really important to the workers that have retired. And this does this and more without raising property taxes or cutting the institutional supports that are the foundation of good government. The budget, ladies and gentlemen, meets our fiduciary duties as aldermen, and that is proven by the recent credit rating upgrade that we received from Wall Street. This is good public policy and fiscally responsible government. This budget builds upon many other historic achievements already underway through the leadership of you, Mr. Mayor, such as the Bring Chicago Home and One Fair Wage. Now, I'm not like what you would call a real strong progressive type, but I think these have been huge wins for the city. And taken all together, the budgets and these other initiatives will have a giant positive impact on the daily lives of our residents. And this is just the beginning. We now have a full year before the fiscal year 2025 budget to really get down to the nitty-gritty, to work on the machinery of government and how the city works, and implement policies that fulfill the promises that we all were elected to bring to our residents. You know, it's hard turning a ship that has been going in a certain direction for a very long time, and to make that shift is really difficult. And I think you're beginning to make that shift, a shift that is going to be a benefit to the entire electorate. And I think this budget is a down payment on those priorities. It's a huge down payment. One of the things I'm most proud of during this budget was the willingness of everyone involved to collaborate and compromise in order to come out with the best version of the budget. I want to thank Annette Guzman, Chase Rengwinkel, and Jill Jaworski for their support and for being available to the caucuses and to the individuals when we called and had questions. I want to thank Chairman Irvin. I am so glad that I did not have, oh, I know I'm supposed to talk to you. But I am so glad.
What are rules?
I broke a rule. So, but I'm so glad not to have been the budget chair this year. But I will say that Chairman Irvin made improvements in the process. The information from COFA, the way that the hearings went, I think they've all been positive improvements, and I just want to congratulate him. The budget shows that we can work together, and when we do, we can be more than the sum of our parts. I hope that we can extend this good feeling and this spirit of togetherness and uphold the respect that each of us in this chamber deserve as we work collaboratively on what is best for our city moving forward. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that all of these accomplishments were made while tackling the migrant crisis. This is a real crisis, though one manufactured by forces outside of our control, with the goal of sowing division among our communities and disrespecting the lives of the minority population in this city. I am so proud that we are tackling this issue with humanity and empathy, something many other jurisdictions are not doing. This is not an either-or issue. We can work together through the migrant crisis and provide for the existing Chicago residents at the same time. And I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for handling this issue with grace, strategic thinking, and humility. We must center the needs of everyone in this city. So let me close by saying the last thing. What kind of city do I want to live in? I want one that fights for the least of us, that prioritizes equity and inclusion, and uplifts all communities together, not one that pits neighborhoods and people against each other. I want one that supports businesses and residents at the same time. I want a city that supports Black, brown, white, and Asian residents and remains fiscally prudent in the spending. I want people to feel safe in every community. And I think this budget gets us on the way of being such a city. I think back to the long list of accomplishments that I mentioned earlier in my remarks. These are real wins. I think we should take these wins, and I'm asking everyone in the council today to join me in supporting this year's budget, and let's make Chicago the best city that it can be. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. I'm an enthusiastic yes.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of council. I too want to thank Annette Guzman, our budget director. I think we probably talked more on the phone this time and going through this process. We were both rookies in our respective positions, but I do appreciate the collaboration in this process. Also, Chase and Jill, thank you all for the information and things that you all have provided in the leadership of getting us through this process. Also want to thank the staff of the Council Office of Financial Analysis, Janice Gray and Dan Fristrom, for their hard work through this process, as well as the committee staff that were here every day, Terry and Ursula. Also, we cannot forget our council services team that makes sure that every day all of our stuff is arranged and nice and in order. Our Sergeant at Arms, where is he at? Is he not here today? Is he in? Okay. Mr. Starks and his team for all the work that they've done. And also the members from the Chicago Police Department's Detached Services Unit out of the First Deputy's Office for doing the best they can, given all of us in our unique circumstances and maintaining order here. Also want to thank our Vice Chair, Vice Chair Alderman Lee, for starting things up after lunch because the brother got the itis sometimes and wasn't able to get back on time. But you have been a great and a gracious help in this process and always had a positive word or question, just trying to understand the process, and I appreciate that as part of this. And I want to thank each and every one of you all for your participation. This is always an interesting process, and this is probably the most time that we all spend together doing any process that we generally undertake. And we get to, as we go through this process, get to really understand one another, understand who each other are, understand our communities, and talk about a lot of things that we just normally don't do on a daily basis. So I want to thank everyone for their participation. And finally, I want to thank Beth. Beth, number one, I want to congratulate you. There are two city managers in here. You make number 3 behind Wagisback and I, and we want to congratulate you on your new role and wish you the best in your future endeavor here. Let's give her a hand for all the work that she's done for us. And we also cannot forget Eric, Jamila, Rawida, and Malik, and congratulations to you as well. I understand that you will be departing us as well, and wish you the best of luck. As has been stated previously, the budgets are more than just financial documents. They're moral statements about where we are as a city, where any legislative body's thoughts and minds are at that particular point in time in our legislative term. Interestingly enough, I'll say this, elections have consequences. It was very clear head on where the mayor was in this conversation and gave a very clear thought and direction as to where his thoughts were, put it out there for evaluation and criticism as well. But at the end of the day, the citizens of the city decided to move forward with the vision that he presented versus that of his opponent. I tell people this all the time: fair exchange is not robbery. Fair exchange is not robbery. Last night, I had the opportunity in a community meeting to have 3 district commanders out of Area 4. And for those of you who don't know the West Side, Area 4 it comprises of the 10th, 11th, and the 15th districts. Some of the most challenging districts in the city of Chicago. The only area in the city of Chicago with just 3 districts in it because of the challenges that it faced. And every last one of the commanders that spoke last night talked about the need for additional resources outside of purely being about law enforcement. Again, elections have consequences. The mayor laid out very clearly that this was about how we can invest in the people of this city, how we could lift up those who have been challenged. This budget lays out and does that. Now again, we've added our particular items, as Chairman Burnett talked about, the Office of Reentry and what we can do to help those 10,000 or 12,000 people that are returning to our communities, and a big chunk of them come back to the 10th, 11th, and 15th districts, and how we can help service and serve those young people. He also talked about how we can help along the lines of the mental health crises that people are facing, not only just our police officers, but the residents in general, and how, through Chair Rosanna Rodriguez, that we talked about treatment, not trauma, and dealing with different types of methods to deal with our mental health population. Then my sister at the Peace Book, talking about how we can, again, invest in people. Now, when the commanders of the most violent districts in the city of Chicago are talking about they need resources beyond just officers, that's something I think we all need to pay attention to. Not just police officers, but mental health workers, violence interruptions, all of the other things that we have talked about. Per capita, the city of Chicago has more police officers than New York, LA, and other major metropolitan cities, but our homicide rate has not shown the same changes. Again, elections have consequences, and it's clear that the citizens of the city are saying, hey, we can no longer continue down the same path of doing the same thing and expecting something different. Now we're doing something different in hopes that we see something different by the investing in people in our respective communities. Again, we asked, hey, what is it that we want to see? We said we wanted to see the Department of Environment, check. You said we wanted to see AIS decoupled from the 2FM, I'm sorry, getting the, what's that department, man? AIS, okay, AIS. Exactly. Do it wasn't getting it done. So now we've got technology, and again, these are things that we asked for that have been done in this particular budget. You can ask for additional staff. Now, those of y'all who don't want your staff and don't need it, I'm sure we have some people that will take it up for you if you don't need to have that. But again, that's what we asked for. And again, these things have been delivered in the spirit of cooperation and collaboration. But I say this, fair exchange is not robbery. So the only thing that we've asked is that people support what the citizens of the city have said that we need to support. Now, is it perfect? Of course it's not. Nothing is perfect. And as my successor has stated from the Black Caucus, the only perfect man, a perfect thing that walked this earth is no longer with us in the flesh, but in the spirit. And so we know that there are always challenges with anything that has been put off. But again, I think that overall, when we look at everything that's been done here, that this is something we all should be able to support. Again, I'm glad to hear that my colleague from the 38th Ward, went one way, came back, and is now back on the right side of the issue as relates to this budget. And again, having a conversation to be able to understand and see, and Chairman Dow's move to say, hey, join with us so that you can collaborate and see what it is that's happening. This is all about collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, division, I don't know why we have a street named Division in this city. But division is a form of subtraction. Division is a form of subtraction. And we all need to work together and be united. And this is something, again, while not perfect, has met a ton of the requests and needs that we as a council collectively have asked for. And I know some people have had some individual things that they have asked for. But as I said before, fair exchange, it is not robbery. Now, are there some things that we need to work on? Yes, there are. As I talked about with my colleague Alderman Mitch, we talked about flooding in the community of Austin. We see that we have a challenge with our brother out south about a park issue. These are all items that I believe that we will find solutions to. May not find a solution right now, but I think the commitment to trying to do that is worth more than trying to not be supportive of what it is that we know is going to benefit the residents of this city moving forward. We talked about the safety aspect. We talked about civilianization. This is the first budget that actually put civilianization in the budget and not just talked about it. Again, when you see members of the Chicago Police Department at press conferences taking pictures, when we know that somebody else can do that job and replace that individual back into the beat, these are the things that we've been asking for collectively, but this is the first time that they have been delivered upon. Again, investment in the people of this city, not just on certain aspects of it. Again, I think that this is something that we all should be able to support. We all talk about it. Now it is time to be about it. And let's talk about the fiscal aspects of this. We talk about the property taxes, the CPI. The man said that he was not going to raise taxes. And then we sit back and say, hey, we don't believe he didn't do it. Again, everything that has been stated, that was put out, has been delivered upon. At the same time, adding the extra $300 million to the pension payments so that we can stay on the right side of the ramp and not fall off of the ramp as we get to the 90% funding. And so again, all I believe, as I stated before, that fair exchange here is not robbery. This is one of our actual codified responsibilities, to appropriate an annual budget. And again, I think that while it may not be 100% of what everybody wants, I think we came damn close to getting it done. Now, I will say this. We talk about vacancies, we talk about other things in the past. This council has made some interesting financial decisions in previous administrations. We sold off assets that we still could use today. One council eliminated 1,400 police vacancies. Nothing was said. Now, as we decide to right the ship based on the data, based on the vision, based on the people, we can't have it both ways. Either we're going to do what we mean and mean what we say, or otherwise we're just going back and forth in the wind. I believe that this is, at this point in time, the best we will have. And of course, we have budget amendments on a monthly basis, and if we need to make some adjustments, we do that as times or situations change. Again, we have gotten both work to support the migrant mission, as well as support the challenges that we face in the black and brown communities of our city, especially those on the south and west side. And I will continue to say this, that if we do nothing around the issues of poverty and trying to help those who are in the throes of it, all of this that we do will go down the drain. And I believe this is the down payment that we as a city must make if it is our true goal to lift everybody up. Because again, as this tide rises, it is going to lift others up. So all I say is this. I think that we have done a yeoman's job. I want to thank everybody that has helped and participated in this process. And again, while it may not be perfect, I think it's a move and a start in the right direction. And with that, Mr. President, I move to concur in the recommendation of the Committee on Budget and Government Operations and adopt the 2024 Code Corrections Ordinance, which was ordered to be deferred and published and appears in the Journal of Proceedings of November 7, 2023, as Ordinance 2023-0005292 by a voice vote. I've given everybody a sequence of the votes that we will have today, and there will be a total of 9. This first 2 will be by voice vote, and item number 3 will be by roll call. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Alderman Mitchell.
All in favor.
Oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
Mr. President, motion to reconsider the vote.
On a motion to reconsider, all those in favor of reconsideration signify by saying aye. All those who are opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, this motion fails. Alderman Irvin.
To concur in the recommendation of the Committee on Budget and Government Operation and adopt a series of amendments to the 2024 budget recommendations, together with the text portion, which was ordered to be deferred and published and appears in the Journal of Proceedings of November 7, 2023, as Ordinance 2023-0005837. As I noted, this is simply the amendments to the appropriation ordinance, which we will be voting on next after this, so I move passage by a voice vote.
All those in favor of this motion for this item, 2024 budget recommendation, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
Mr. President, motion to reconsider the vote.
On the motion to reconsider, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
This motion fails. Alderman Irvin.
Item number 3, I move to concur in the recommendation of the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations and adopt the 2024 Annual Appropriation Ordinance with the amendments and text portion just adopted, which was ordered to be deferred and published and appears in the Journal of Proceedings of November 4, 2023, as Ordinance 2023-0005140 by a roll call vote.
Was that for November 7th?
November 7th, 2023, by a roll call vote.
Very well, thank you. Madam Clerk, this vote is for a roll call vote. We will provide the e-vote operation in just a moment.
The voting is open. The voting is open. Hit refresh and please submit your vote. The voting is open. If you need support, please raise your hand.
It's the green button.
I will ask Alderwoman Haddon, could I get your voice vote?
Yeah, yes.
I was so excited to use the virtual. Thanks, Alderman Lopez, but aye.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for being our hype person, too. All right, the voting is now closed.
Who? No, her father died.
There are 41 yeas, 8 nays. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
Mr. President, motion to reconsider the vote.
On the motion to reconsider, on the motion to reconsider this vote, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those who oppose say no. This motion fails. Alderman Irvin, Chairman Irvin.
Mr. President, I move to concur in the recommendation of the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations and adopt the 2024 Substitute Management Ordinance, which was ordered to be deferred and published and appears in the Journal of Proceedings of November 7th, 2023, as Substitute Ordinance 2023-0005294 by a roll call vote.
Very well. This motion for consideration or for passage has been requested by a roll call vote. Use your e-vote application once it's available, Madam Clerk.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use refresh your devices, and raise your hand if you need support. The voting is now open. With all members that have voted, the voting is now closed.
There are 40 yeas, 9 yeas. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
Mr. President, I move reconsider the vote.
Those in favor of, on the motion to reconsider, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. This motion fails. Chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
President, item number 5, I move to concur in the recommendation of the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations and adopt the substitute 2024 motor fuel tax allocation ordinance, which was ordered to be deferred and published and appears in the Journal of Proceedings of November 7th, 2023, as substitute ordinance 2023-0005296 by the same roll call vote as was applied to item number 4, the substitute management ordinance, and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to concur in the recommendation of the Committee on Budget and Government Operations and adopt the 2024 Motor Fuel Tax Funds Allocation Intergovernmental Agreement with the Chicago Transit Authority and Cook County, which was ordered to be deferred and published and appears in the Journal of Proceedings of November 7, 2023, as Ordinance 2023-0005297 by the same roll call vote as was applied to the item number 4, the substitute management ordinance, and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to concur in the recommendation of the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations and adopt the substitute salary resolution, which was ordered to be deferred and published and appears in the Journal of Proceedings of November 7, 2023, as Substitute Resolution 2023-0005299 by the same roll call as was applied to item number 4, the substitute management ordinance, and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Hearing no objection. Thank you. Chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
Again, Mr. President, that concludes items of unfinished business related to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move to concur in the recommendation of the Finance Committee and adopt the 2024 tax levy ordinance, which was ordered to be deferred and published and appears in the Journal of Proceedings of November 7th, 2023 as 02023-0005291 by a roll call vote.
Very well. There's a motion to concur the recommendation. The 2024 tax levy ordinance. There's a roll call vote that has been requested. Please use your e-vote application once it is made available. Madam Clerk.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please hit refresh on your device. Please hit refresh on your device. Raise your hand if you need support. I will now take a voice vote for anyone who has not voted on the e-device. Oh, just got it, okay. The voting, with all members voting, the voting is now closed.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, there are 40 yeas, 9 nays. This motion passes. Chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the vote.
On the motion to reconsider, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. This motion fails. Chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 9, I move to concur in the recommendation of the Finance Committee and adopt the substitute 2024 revenue ordinance, which was ordered to be deferred and published and appears in the Journal of Proceedings of November 7th, 2023 as S0 2023-0005293 by a roll call vote.
There's a motion on the floor for a roll call vote. The substitute 2024 revenue ordinance. Please use your e-vote application once it's made available. Madam Clerk.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your device and refresh your device. Please raise your hand if you need support. All members have now voted. The voting is now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There are 40 yeas, 9 nays. This motion passes. Chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
Mr. President, move to reconsider the vote.
On the motion to reconsider, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. This motion fails. Chairwoman Dow.
Mr. President, this concludes items of unfinished business relating to the Committee on Finance.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we return to the regular order of business.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Committee reports. The chair recognizes Finance Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the City Council. Reporting for the City Council's Committee on Finance, which held a committee meeting on November 14, 2023. The following items received a due pass recommendation from the committee. Item number 1 is an ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds for improvements at Kenwood Academy High School at 5015 South Blackstone Avenue in the 4th Ward. Mr. President, unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage of this item by a roll call vote.
Before we pass this item, Alderwoman Gutierrez, yes, is requesting to participate in the final portion of this meeting remotely. Per Rule 59, can I get a motion to approve remote participation for Alderwoman Gutierrez? It's been moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those who oppose say no. Madam Clerk, please add Alderwoman Gutierrez as a part of our remote participation. All right, there's a motion on the floor for the passage by roll call. Members, please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time. Madam Clerk.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please hit your device and refresh your device. Raise your hand if you need support. The voting is now open. Alderman Lopez. Alderwoman Gutierrez, your vote?
Yes. Yes, please.
Alderwoman Gutierrez is a yes. With all members having voted, the voting is now closed.
Thank you very much. There are 49 yeas, 0 nays. This matter is passed. Alderman Mitchell, motion to reconsider.
Mr. President, I'm a Bronco, and I reluctantly move to reconsider the vote.
On the motion to reconsider, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. This motion fails. Thank you.
Item number 2 is an ordinance concerning the authorization of fee waivers or refunds for the Chicago Board of Education and its contractors for buildings and facilities used for public or governmental purposes with annual reporting of fee waivers to the Office of Budget and Management. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 3 and 4 consist of orders of authorization for the payment of various small claims against the City of Chicago and denials of payments for various small claims against the City of Chicago. If there are no objections, I move that these items be placed for passage in the omnibus.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item 5 is an order authorizing one application for the City of Chicago charitable solicitation or tag day permit for the Nature Conservancy from December 1, 2023 through December 31st, 2023. If there are no objections, I move that this item be placed for passage in the omnibus.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item number 6 is the report of cases in which verdicts, judgments, or settlements were entered into for the month of October 2023. This will be placed on file with the clerk.
Thank you.
This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. For the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development, the Chair recognizes Chairman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the City Council, reporting for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development, which met on Monday, November 13th. The committee held a meeting and recommends passage of the following items. Items 1 through 12 on the report are a series of appointments and reappointments to various special service areas collectively voted on by the committee members and introduced by Mayor Johnson during September 14th, October 4th, and November 1st City Council meetings. Appointment of Constantino Vitogiannis to SSA number 16, Greek Town Commission located in the 34th Ward. Reappointment of Jonathan M. Gordon to SSA number 23, Clark Street, Lincoln Park Commission located in the 43rd and 44th Ward. Appointment of Richard Juarez Sr. to SSA number 25, Little Village Commission located in the 22nd, 24th, and 25th Wards. Reappointment of Noreen Keeney. Reappointment of Matthew Ruff. Appointment of Terry Ann Toohey. And reappointment of Carl Sullivan to SSA number 34, Uptown Commission located in the 46th, 47th, and 48th Ward. Reappointment of Devonna M. Brown to SSA number 50, Kellyman Heights Avalon Commission located in the 5th and 8th Ward. Reappointment of Claudia P. Rodriguez to SSA number 25, Little Village Commission located in the 22nd, 24th, and 25th Ward. Appointment of Caitlin Hurley to SSA number 27, West Lakeview Commission located in the 32nd, 44th, 46th, and 47th Ward. Appointment of William F. Eager to SSA number 47, 47th Street, and Cottage Grove Commission located in the 4th and 20th Ward. Reappointment of Elizabeth B. Fald to SSA number 18, North Halsted Commission located in 44th and 46th Wards. I move for passage of these appointments and reappointments by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 13 and 14 on the report are approvals for issuances of Class 6B tax incentives for 5740 North Tripp Avenue located in the 39th Ward, 2717 and 2757 West Chicago Avenue located in the 36th Ward. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Items 15 through 39 on the report are a series of ordinances on tax levy, scope of services, budget, and management agreements, the various special service areas which were collectively voted on by the committee members and introduced by Mayor Johnson during the October 4th and November 1st City Council meeting. SSA number 4, 95th Street, located in the 19th Ward. SSA number 23, Clark Street, Lincoln Park, located in the 43rd and 44th Ward. SSA number 25, Little Village, located in the 22nd, 24th, and 25th Ward. SSA number 26, Edgewater, located in the 48th and 49th Ward. SSA number 31, Greater Ravenswood, located in the 40th, 46th, and 47th Ward. SSA number 35-2015, Lincoln Avenue, located in the 43rd Ward. SSA number 38, North Center, located in the 47th Ward. SSA number 60, Albany Park, located in the 33rd, 35th, and 39th Ward. SSA number 71, Roseland, located in the 9th Ward. SSA number 3, 63rd Street, located in the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, and 23rd Ward. SSA number 7, Kedzie Industrial Park, located in the 14th Ward. SSA number 13, Stockyards, located in the 3rd, 11th, 15th, and 20th Ward. SSA number 16, Greektown, located in 34th Ward. SSA 19, Howard Street, located in 49th Ward. SSA number 24, Clark Street, Rogers Park, located in the 49th Ward. SSA 27, Lakeview, located in 32nd, 44th, 46th, and 47th Ward. SSA 34, Uptown, located in the 46th, 47th, 48th Ward. SSA 39, Brighton, Archer, located in the 12th and 14th Ward. SSA 43, Devon Avenue, located in the 50th Ward. SSA 45, 103rd Street, Halsted, located in the 21st Ward. SSA 50, Calumet Heights, Avalon, located in the 5th and 8th Ward. SSA 54, Sheridan Road, located in the 49th Ward. SSA 56-2022, Bronzeville, located in the 3rd Ward. SSA 59-2022, 59th Street, or 59th Street, located in the 14th, 15th, 16th Ward. SSA 62. Oh, thank God. Thank God. All right. This is once a year, ladies and gentlemen. We're at the end of the year. All right. SSA number 62. Items, I move for. All right, I move for passing of these items by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
And just for clarity, it started with item number what and ended with which item?
It's item 15 through 39.
Very good. So hearing, Chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you repeat those?
According to the rules, I don't have to do that. I don't know which rule that is. Thank you. Hearing no other objections, so ordered. Chair recognizes Chairman Villegas.
All right. Items 40 through 58 on the report were directly introduced and collectively voted on by the committee members on November 13th. SSA number 2, SSA number 5, SSA number 8, SSA number 17, SSA number 22, SSA 28-2014, SSA 29-2014, SSA 33, SSA 42, SSA 47, SSA 48, SSA 51, SSA 52-2021, SSA 63, SSA 72, SSA 73, SSA 76, SSA 77, SSA 80. I move for passage of these ordinances by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Items 59 and 62 through 62 on the report were approvals for public hearings and enlargements of boundaries, imposition of tax levy, approval of budget, extension of tax levy period, and execution of service provider agreement that were directly introduced and collectively voted on by the committee members on November 13th, 2023. SSA number 18, SSA number 44, SSA number 61-2023, SSA number 69. I move for passage of these items by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Lastly, in response to the Department of Family Support Services, recent report on the Chicago Resiliency Community Pilot Program, AKA the Guaranteed Basic Income Pilot Program, the committee held a subject matter hearing to present the findings from this pilot. Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. For the Committee on Health and Human Relations, Chair recognizes Chairperson Sanchez. Rodriguez Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Health and Human Relations, which met November 14, 2023 at 9 a.m. The committee considered a number of mayoral appointments to advisory councils. Specifically, we considered 18 appointments to the Advisory Council on LGBTQIA+ issues, 14 appointments to the Advisory Council on Women, 10 appointments to the Advisory Council on Veterans, 10 appointments to the Advisory Council on Equity, 12 appointments to the Advisory Council on New Americans. The full list of names is in the report that each one of you have. These items receive a due pass recommendation from the committee. Mr. President, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. For the Committee on License and Consumer Protection, the Chair recognizes the Vice Chair, Vice Chair Chico.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, I am reporting for the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. We held a meeting on November 8, 2023, to consider 5 ordinances regarding liquor moratoriums in the 8th, 27th, 32nd, 34th, and 40th wards. The committee has recommended passage of each of these items. O2023-0004752 and others ending 4822, 5315, 5533, and 5671. One liquor moratorium, O2023-0005699, had a numbering error when it passed committee in that it was numbered as 30.66 instead of 30.36. That error has since been corrected, and I ask that the City Council accept this corrected version. Mr. President, I move that the City Council concur in the same recommendations of the License Committee by the same roll call as item number 1 of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
O2023-0004957, an ordinance designating precincts of the 13th Ward as restricted residential zone, prohibiting additional shared housing and vacation rentals. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you very much. For the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, the Chair recognizes Chairman LaSpada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, for which a meeting was held on Monday, November 13th, 2023. Before the committee, there were 304 items. There were 302 routine traffic items that passed, and 1 amendment to Chapter 9-4-103, 9-4-113 of the Municipal Code of Chicago, allowing vehicles to park with wheels on the curb on South Hale Avenue in the 19th Ward, that also passed. If there are no objections, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote from the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider the vote.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The final item on which no votes were taken was a subject matter hearing on the topic of police traffic stops and their impact on Black and Latinx residents with the Free to Move Coalition. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. For the Committee on Public Safety, Chair recognizes Chairman Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Public Safety, which held a meeting pursuant to notice November 13, 2023. 2 items were approved and recommended for passage by this body. The first item was substitute ordinance 3867 to amend the Municipal Code Chapter 8.4 by adding a section entitled Assault Against City Employees, Officials, and Contractors with Enforcement Authority. If there's no objection and no one wishes to speak, I move passage by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, seeing no hands, so ordered.
The second item is substitute ordinance 4088, amendment of the Municipal Code, Section 832, by designating noise-sensitive zones on portions of specified streets in the 34th Ward. The sponsoring alderman of the 34th Ward seeks recognition to address this matter.
Would you like to close? I have 2 other orders, or would you wish to go first? Yes, to which one? Sorry. Go last, all right. So I have 2 speakers. The Chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to speak on this item. I think we're going into dangerous territory here, Mr. President. This noise ordinance is nothing but anti-abortion protesters at an abortion clinic. I believe if the role was reversed, if it was a Save Life clinic with abortion protesters out there, we wouldn't be here. So we have a thing called the First Amendment once again. What is the amount of decibels? We never had law weigh in on this. We never had the police weigh in on this. Police stations have a sound decibel. Many aldermen here, I'm sure, if you gotten complaints from neighbors saying their neighbors are making too much noise, the police go there, they say, we really can't say, we don't have a sound meter, so I can't support this. I wish law would have stepped in on this. I probably should have done more on this. I certainly could have DNP'd it, but I'm not going to bring everybody back again. I've been here 24 out of 25 days, so I don't want to come back on Friday. So I just want to be a no on this, but I want to make everybody aware of this. I think we're going against our First Amendment rights for freedom of speech. So I've been to rallies, and I've seen protesters out there that were extremely loud and obnoxious. On a reverse thing, a pro-life rally where or pro-abortion people were disrupting, banging, making all kind of noise. Nothing happened. It's their right to protest. So I believe it's people's right to protest. Once again, dangerous territory. I want to be recorded as a no. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Nugent.
President, I rise in support of this ordinance today because the ability to access health care is a fundamental right. Regardless of the medical visit or procedure, you should be able to meet with your doctor in a safe environment without threats, shouting, or physical violence. And a doctor should be able to perform their duties and have personal conversations with patients without amplified sound, shouting, and fighting on the very opposite side of a wall. Often, doctors can't even hear their patients in conversations with them right now to provide adequate care. Since the Dobbs decision, we have seen an increase in violence outside clinics nationwide. Healthcare is deeply personal and must be accessible. We must support Chicagoans' ability to navigate the healthcare system in a way that is both dignified and respectful. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Alderman Conway, for your work on this very important issue.
Thank you. The chair recognizes I'm sorry, there was another speaker, Alderman Conway. The chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with my colleagues, and especially in noting that our patients in our hospitals do deserve respect, and their treaters deserve that respect when providing treatment. And it reminds me of a hospital in my very own ward where we have a 100-foot billboard that sits directly outside their window, where there's a lot of light that comes in during the evening hours. And I support this ordinance. However, I believe the ordinance needs to be amended to some degree. When we're citing folks for violating this ordinance, and they're not aware that they are in violation of the ordinance, I believe it poses a problem, not only legally, but it poses a problem perhaps financially for those being cited. One thing that I would ask of this ordinance, Mr. President, is that we set a limit to what the decibel requirement is by way of this ordinance. How do we know when the noise is too loud or it falls within the parameters set? This ordinance does not do that. I think this ordinance needs some clarity to it by stating that if noise can be, amplified noise can be heard from a half a block or a block away, providing some type of a parameter that an officer can use to cite the person, that would work. Or if the noise is amplified to a level above 75 or 60 decibel levels, then that would work. But as this ordinance sits, someone that's outside waiting on a patient with the radio on can be cited without having any knowledge as to how he's violating an ordinance that this city is imposing. And so I would recommend that we hold this item until we can set parameters to which someone can know that they're being in violation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you. Give me just one moment here. Thank you. We'll stand at ease for just a couple of moments here. Thank you. City Council meeting will come back to order. The City Council will come back to order. So there was an initial desire to see the City Council will come back to order, please. Chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did have an opportunity to have a conversation with the chief sponsor of this ordinance, as well as the law department, and I rise in support of it, in support of this ordinance. We did have a chance to speak with regard to the standard, which is set for this particular ordinance. Although it is a subjective standard, it is indeed a standard that we could cite any violators by. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this item before the close? Oh, yes, right. Thank you. Wagasback actually had his hand up before. The chair recognizes Alderman Wagasback.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just rise in support of this ordinance and want to thank my colleagues for bringing it forward. I think Jeff Levine might have been here and a couple other colleagues when we first passed the bubble ordinance back in 2009, I believe it was. And when we first introduced that, there were only 2 people in the committee meeting, if I recall. We were lucky to get it through, but that withstood challenges from the U.S. Supreme Court because we found that ordinance was not as restrictive as some ordinances or laws in other cities and other states. So I think what they've done here with this ordinance will pass that constitutional muster as well. And I appreciate you, Mr. President, working to get this thing move forward and passage for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderwoman Mana Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to thank my colleague for bringing this ordinance forward. Abortion is health care, and we are a welcoming city because of the reversal of Roe v. Wade. There are many from other states that are coming to Chicago for health care. And so it matters how we present each other and how we're welcoming people, and intent matters. So it's already shameful that we need escorts for women to get health care. And I think that this ordinance will help to protect what is, a right for a woman to have health care with relying on her doctor and not have it impeded by others on the way into a building. It's wrong. So I rise in support of this ordinance. I thank you, Alderman Conway, for bringing it forward.
Thank you. For a close, the chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, it's a subjective standard that we already have in place. I'm not the attorney here. Many of you attorneys are much smarter than me. I believe we're going to be sued. I don't believe it'll hold up, but with that, I'm still a no. Thank you for letting me reaffirm my position.
You're welcome. Chair recognizes Alderman Conway.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The Corporation Council has asked me to hold this for another look, so I'm happy to do that. I have been working with the law department for months on this, but happy to. Been waiting months, happy to wait another one. So, Your Honor, I'm asking, or Mr. President, asking to hold this item. Thank you.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor to hold this item. The chair recognizes Alderman Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This item will be held in committee. We did actually task the Law Department and LRB with looking into this matter of noise control already, so work has already begun on that. We will hold this matter in committee and report it out after the next opportunity for the public safety meeting. Mr. President, if I may, on a point of personal privilege, a brief announcement.
Sure. Do I have to call for a vote for the motion? So there's a motion on the floor to hold this item. That motion has been received for point of personal privilege. The chair recognizes Alderman Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes the report of the Public Safety Committee. This Friday from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., Alderman Knudsen and I will be co-hosting a vaccination clinic. We invite all of our colleagues to come. We'll be offering flu shots and COVID boosters.
Flu season's here, folks, and as we all know, several of our colleagues have just recently gotten over from COVID. So if you haven't been boosted yet, please join us. We're more than happy to offer this service to staff as well. So that, again, that's this Friday from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. For the final Committee on Transportation and Public Way, the Chair recognizes Chairman Mitchell.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Transportation and Public Way, which held a meeting on November 9th, 2023. The following items passed by the majority of the members present. Page 1 includes Ordinance 2023-0005070, a mayoral ordinance introduced by the Mayor's Office. Page 3 through 5 includes 22 ordinances for miscellaneous items introduced by the local alderpersons from wards 3, 6, 8, 16, 23, 24, 26, 27, 29, 33, 38, 40, 43, 45, 46, and 47. Page 6 includes items 02023-000-4803 and item 02023-000-4808. 2 commercial vacation ordinances for properties located in the 28th Ward. If there is no objection, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you very much. For the agreed upon calendar, one moment. Just for absolute clarity, Chairman Hopkins, on your motion to hold the item, the final item that was introduced by Alderman Conway, that is so ordered. For the agreed upon calendar, the Chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I received from Clerk Anna M. Valencia a total of 5 items proposed of the agreed calendar consisting of congratulatory, commemorative, tributary resolutions from the following alderpersons: Alderperson Harris, Alderperson Talaferro, Alderperson Wagasback, Alderperson Silverstein, and from many aldermen, Alderman Harris, Alderman Nugent, Alderman Silverstein, Alderman Dow, and Alderman Mitchell on that 5th resolution that I'm going to ask to suspend the rules just to allow us to bring Beth and allow her to sit and so we can say, and if the clerk could read the resolution. Do you have?
Hear no objection to suspend the rules, so ordered. And I believe Alderwoman Harris wishes to have the resolution read by the clerk.
Whereas following the years of dedicated public service to the residents of the city of Chicago that spanned 4 mayoral administrations, Beth Beatty is departing city service to become the first woman to serve as city manager of Joliet, Illinois. And whereas the Chicago City Council has been informed this occasion by the Honorable Michelle A. Harris, Alderman of the 8th Ward, the Honorable Samantha Nugent, Alderman of the 39th Ward, and the Honorable Deborah L. Silverstein, Alderman of the 50th Ward. And whereas raised in Moline, Illinois, Beth graduated from St. Mary's College before earning a law degree from John Marshall Law School. And whereas following law school, Beth served as a law clerk for the Illinois Supreme Court's 3rd Judicial District before beginning her decades-long city career. And whereas over the years, Beth served the city in a variety of roles, including working as a policy analyst for Alderman Gene Schulter, Deborah Silverstein, and Marge Lorino, before transitioning to roles as legislative counsel under Mayor Rahm Emanuel in the Office of Legislative Counsel and Government Affairs, and Deputy Chief Financial Officer, where she negotiated and managed contracts totaling over $3.5 billion. And whereas most recently, Beth served as the Deputy Mayor of Intergovernmental Affairs under both Mayor Lori Lightfoot and Mayor Brandon Johnson, where she continued to play a key role in passing both mayors' legislative agendas and the city's multi-billion-dollar annual budget. And whereas throughout the highs and lows of serving in city government through recessions, once-in-a-lifetime blizzards, civil unrest, and a pandemic, Beth maintained her deep passion for public service, commitment to maintaining honest and open discussion, and above all, her ability to get things done. And whereas While we may be sad that such an honest, dedicated public servant is leaving the city, we congratulate the city of Joliet and its residents on excellent selection for their new city manager. And we wish Beth Beatty our most heartfelt thanks for her years of service and success in her new historic role. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we and the mayor and members of City Council of the City of Chicago do hereby extend our heartfelt gratitude to Beth Beatty for her years of faithful service to the City of Chicago and its residents, and wish her continued success in her new role as the first woman to be city manager of Joliet, Illinois. And be it further resolved that a suitable copy of this resolution be prepared and presented to Beth Beatty as a sign of our gratitude and respect. Michelle Harris, Alderman 8th Ward, Samantha Nugent, Alderman 39th Ward, Deborah L. Silverstein, Alderman of 50th Ward, and add City Clerk Anna Valencia as a co-sponsor, please.
Beth, you have been around these halls and walking around these halls for a long time, even though you're young, because you're still a baby to me. But Beth, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your friendship and your guidance in helping me navigate government and move on. What you have done for me is invaluable. And thank you for your patience. I know it can be tough because on any given day, you get to be the first receiver of the first kick because we can't get to kick the right person. But thank you for taking it in love, and thank you for never turning your back on me no matter what the issues were. I love your commitment and your dedication to this job. I don't know how you maintain healthy relationships because you definitely are working night and day and have been for many years. So I appreciate you. May God bless you on your new journey as you move away from this to do other things. I'm almost 99.999% certain that wherever you go, they're gonna love you just like we loved you here. So take care, but it's always an open door. And so we love you. And again, Godspeed on your new journey in life. Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if other people want like.
There are. Thank you, Alderwoman Harris. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Young lady, when I came in, you were one of the first person I met. I think Mary Emanuel was having a Illinois legislative event at Millennium Park, and we was in those tents and didn't know a lot of folks that was there, but you came up and we talked. And we developed a relationship from there. You and Sam working together, y'all was a tag team. And although we battled because I didn't believe in a lot of his policies at that time, and you all pushed me, you did it with respect, and you challenged me, and you continued to do that. And we just, over the years, developed a great respect for one another. Of course, one of my first jobs out of college was an accountant at Ralston Purina, living in the Quad Cities. So knowing that you were from Moline, we're having those conversations, and even then, conversation about Peru, Mendota, because I hung out in Ottawa a lot. All those things were connections, but you are one of the brightest people that I've met. You are one of the fairest people that I've ever met, dealing with many different aldermen, many different personalities, but trying to make sure you respect the leadership that you're working for and pushing their agenda, because that's what you were hired to do. But you took our concerns back. You didn't have the last call on it, but you took them back and tried to educate the leadership to say, hey, this is why this is important to this person. And if you do this, this will happen. And you got some votes out of me because of that. And we were able, and the 17th Ward is a better place for it because we were able to get some things done in the 17th Ward because you took what I said to heart. You took it back to the administration. Never got everything I wanted, but we got a lot of the things that we did, whereas the 17th Ward is a better place for it right now. And for that, I thank you so much. And we're going to keep in touch, and we'll eventually get on that tennis court that we've been trying to do for the past 8 years, right? All right. Have fun down there in Joliet.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to rise today to support my friend Beth on her next chapter. We have been colleagues for 20 years. actually, even before I began my city service. She was in Schulter's office running license with Carl, who's still around remarkably too, right? You know, before she joined Rom's team, we worked on promoters and pedicabs and all sorts of fun issues in our business community. But as someone else who's had a life in public service, I know how hard it can be, especially during budget time, right? Or during really hard votes in this body. And there's a reason that we've all gotten to be able to work with you in such a positive way. It's your competence, it's your demeanor, it's your understanding of what we need out of the equation as well. And so these skills are going to serve you well, like any good staffer should, right? You're going to be successful because you've got the good foundation, you've got the right head on your shoulders. So I wish you all the best in Joliet. You may have some visitors coming from the north. Thank you, Beth. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise in support of this resolution. To you, Beth, simply, you are by far one of the greatest. When I got here, I probably wasn't the easiest to work with, and present day as well, but you've never once changed your attitude towards your job. You knew what your job was to do and how to build relationships and always how to bring people together. And that meant the world to me. It meant the world to my staff. And I know it means the world to everybody down here. You are going to be a success wherever you go. I just want to tell you what a pleasure you were to work with. You are a great person, and you're dedicated to your craft. And I know Joliet's going to be better because of it. So congratulations, onward and upward, and thank you for all your time and effort. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Public service is a vocation. And whenever Beth Beatty talks about her role as Director of Intergovernmental Affairs, she refers to it as her dream job. And that's how it should be. And watching Beth navigate and build consensus among the 50 of us illustrates this truly is your passion. You listen, you learn, you suggest compromise. And we all know that's no easy feat, and it's a challenge that you have conquered time and time again. And I have nothing but respect for you and the work you've done in this building. This is a really bittersweet goodbye for me. And I just love how you've exemplified that public service is such a noble profession, and you do it with grace and dignity. But dang, Joliet, they have our water, and now they're going to get you. We need more people like you. And as the great Mr. Rogers said, there are 3 ways to ultimate success. The first way is to be kind. The second way is to be kind. The third way is to be kind. Beth, keep being kind. Keep doing what you love, and best of luck in your next endeavor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Keith Sweat and Mr. Rogers on the same day. Very impressive. The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I also rise in association with this resolution. Beth, you exemplify what it means to be a public servant. When we think about the dedication and the passion, the tirelessness that it takes, one, to do this work, but then also to deal with knuckleheads like us on a regular basis, I really want to commend you. To be able to do that with this council is one thing. To be able to do it over multiple terms under different mayors is quite another. There are those of us who in the past term might have found ourselves on the other side of the table in a lot of these negotiations, conversations, fights, whatever you want to call them. As we were moving into this term, there were members here who, I don't want to say expressed concern, but they definitely vocalized how effective you were on the other side of the table. And in those conversations, I think something I highlighted to them was, you can tell because you're someone who's worked over multiple administrations that it's not about a loyalty for you. It's about execution and a skill set that you bring no matter what the task at hand is. And I think that's something we need way more of here in the city. Just watching you kind of work the council floor and talking to our different colleagues and seeing the same level of respect, the same level of inside conversation as we come to deliberation, and your ability to understand how this council moves is something that can't be duplicated. On top of that, those amazing things, you also happen to be a 40th warder, so I think there's even more accolade there. And so I'll say I love you to death. We'll miss you as you head to Joliet as a 40th warder. You're still going to be in our hearts. Chicago's loss is Joliet's gain in this scenario. but we do know that there's always opportunities to come right back. I will also really commend you for the leadership as a whole new team comes on board with folks who are still understanding what it means to be IGA, and your ability to support those folks so that they're more empowered so that you can kind of leave the reins to the next person and go off to build more greatness in your career. Yeah, we're gonna miss you tons. We're gonna stay calling you because I think your insights are invaluable, and I want to thank you so much for your service and your friendship. Anything you need from us, you let us know. Thank you so much, Beth.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Ramirez Rosa.
Beth, congratulations on your new role. It has been such a pleasure to work alongside you the past 8 years, and particularly the past 6 months, late night phone calls. It has been such a pleasure to be your colleague. You are a consummate professional, you are so hardworking, and you have such a big heart. So I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for Joliet, however you say it. But again, congratulations. You deserve this, and I know you're going to do great things for that city. Is it a city? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, congratulations, and I'm going to miss you. It's been great to call you a colleague, and I look forward to continue calling you a friend.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will try to keep this brief. Beth, thank you so much. You're amazing. Thank you for your service, your dedication, your honesty. More importantly, I speak to you as a friend to Sam and I, and aunt to our children. You and Harley are always welcome at our house again. We'd love to break it up with you and have a couple suds and a couple burgers. So we look forward to continuing our friendship with you, and we wish you the very best on your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise, Beth. It's bittersweet. I really don't want to see you leave because whether it's been finance or IGA, you always been my go-to person. But I am glad to know that you're going to Joliet because as we sell water, and we talked about it too, Joliet, I work very close with that, and I'll see you on the other side. So thank you for so much for your dedication to the entire City Council. You've been great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. Beth, I have not known you nearly as long as you've known a lot of the people in this room. But to know you at all is to know your heart for this city and your dedication. You are a textbook definition of a civil servant. You have given this city all of your heart. You were great to me as soon as I walked in the door, or actually, you were transitioning into the position right after I walked in the door. And you could always be relied upon for an honest opinion and a straightforward answer about something, whether it was something I wanted to hear or not, which I always appreciated about you. And more than anything, I'm really grateful for your friendship, and I hope to continue that for a very long time. And as my colleagues have said, our loss is Joliet's gain, but we're not saying goodbye forever. Good luck to you in everything that you do, and thank you for everything that you've done for us.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also support Beth here. Beth, it's been a 12-year pleasure getting to knowing you. I consider you a lifelong friend. I can't imagine what you went through, like my esteemed colleague from the 40th Ward said, dealing with 50 knuckleheads, all different personalities. That had to be a rough one, but we all appreciate you somehow, some way. You found a way to make 50 friends out of this, out of every term we have. So I just wish you the best. I'm happy for you. I hope you're thrilled to be there. I'm just guessing Joliet's not like Chicago, but I'm sure you'll find some good places to hang out at. So best wishes to you. The pleasure was all mine. Appreciate you. Love you. God bless you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Beth, I just want to wish you well on your next professional leg. I've always admired your integrity And you know, when you call, sometimes when those IGA calls come in over the years, you look at them and you're like, nope, not today. But you were always someone who came through without being intrusive, and I appreciate that in you. And so I wish you well in moving Joliet's needle forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Haddon.
There we go, working to unmute. Beth, we're gonna miss you. We appreciate you. Thank you for all of your service to the city. Thank you for continuing your commitment to public service. And just wanna say, you know, a +1 to everything everyone shared. You've done so much, if with your years in the city, especially over these 6 months. So just really wanna appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I also like to rise and support this resolution. Beth, congratulations to you. We're going to miss you. Of course, I've been around for your whole career, and you haven't changed since you first started. I still see you as that young person working for the alderman back in the day, and you've been on many sides of the fence. You've been in the alderman's office, so you had to deal with constituents, but you also felt the pulse of the alderman, what the alderman had to deal with. But then you went to the administration, and you also saw things from the administrative part. Then you went to IGA, and you saw things from the intergovernmental part. And those things helped you along your way in your journey here in City Council because you knew our pulse and you understood what we were going through with the community. It made it easier for us to trust you and to know that you understand what we're going through. And I just want to say thank you, Beth. You've always come through for whatever we spoke to you about. You've been a great resource for us and also for the administration that you work for. You're going to be a fantastic resource for the city of Joliet. I think you're going to end up running that town. If you decide to run for mayor out there and I don't want to hurt your job, let me know, okay? God bless you and good luck to you.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. Beth, I can't imagine what it's been like these last few years dealing with these knuckleheads. I like to think that I wasn't part of the problem, but I know there were many times, particularly when you came in during a lot of turmoil in the previous administration, you were a calming force. And as my colleague, Alderman Burnett just pointed out, you always listened to our point of view, representing our community, and communicated that. And that's always a difficult process, but I hope that some of the folks that got to work under you here identify the way you carried yourself. You are a true professional. You have integrity. There's an old quote that I think really applies here. It's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. You were always kind. I wish you all the luck in the future. The city of Joliet is lucky to get you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Is that author unknown? Okay, just a tough crowd. It's getting late. All right, the chair recognizes Alderman Riley.
Thank you, and I'll be brief, Mr. President, but I'd be remiss if I didn't get up and join the chorus of voices who are going to miss you, Beth. I've worked with you since I got here, and I can tell you, having run a public affairs operation in a Fortune 50 company, Joliet is really super lucky to get you because you could easily shift into a Fortune 50 company and run their public affairs shop. But you are someone who's dedicated to public service. We're going to have a big hole here at City Hall when you move on. And everyone's right, Joliet's very lucky to be getting you. But I know that that's not the last place we'll see you, and I know you'll stay in touch, but you're one of the most talented people I've worked with, and I've worked with a few. And I know that you're going to do great things in Joliet, and I love you and miss you. Take care.
Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution? The chair recognizes Alderman Wagasback.
Thank you, Mr. President. Beth, I appreciate the years of advice that you've been giving me. We go back to Gene Schulter's office. It was Carl and Dan and Jean and you, and I just really appreciate the years of professionalism that you shared with us and worked with us on in so many different issues, not just on the 47th and the 32nd Ward, but here in City Hall as well. You know, I think like many of our city employees, you're right up there. You set the highest bar for professionalism for a public servant. And I think that often goes unsaid for a lot of our employees, but you have really set the standard, and I really appreciate that. I think as Alderman Vasquez might have said, Joliet's gain is our loss, but we will await your return. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Allow Clerk Valencia to speak.
Leave is granted.
Thank you.
Hi, Beth. I just wanted to join the chorus in singing your praises. I had a front row seat to see where you started in your career and the things you had to overcome that a lot of us women in politics have to overcome. Our age, our confidence, being mansplained, people not listening to us. And I bet you're very surprised by all the accolades people are saying to you when you're leaving, not when you're trying to whip votes. But you are a kind soul that never flashes your title. You don't lead with, I'm from the 5th floor, you have to listen to me, and make sure that power and ego are out of it, which we need a lot more. And then you also don't remember your friends that you worked with, even if they're not on the 5th floor any longer. You still take their calls, you still help navigate crises, and you are very calm in the way that you handle it. So I just wanted to wish you the best and know that you're so well loved, and I hope that you'll still take our phone calls when we're strategizing through chaos and all of these new times we're in the political landscape. And I hope you also have a moment to breathe, exhale, find your joy and hobbies in life, if there are such a thing. And we love you.
Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak? Very well. Congratulations, Beth. Thank you for your leadership and your incredible dedication to the people of Chicago. Your strength and your guidance during this transition over these last 6 months have been well received. The honor that you are receiving today is deserved. And thank you again. We wish you the best. We look forward to collaborating in every possible way in the role that you have. And now you have the same 50 alders and the 50th and the 5th floor to help work through that collaborative approach that we need throughout all of our villages, towns, cities, and of course, the greatest freaking city in the world, the city of Chicago. So here's to Beth. Alderwoman Harris, on your motion.
Mr. President, if I could just take one more opportunity just to acknowledge the life and the legacy of Sharon Munson, our clerk. Her tribute to her is in this, and just want to say thank you to the outpouring on behalf of the family for Sharon Munson and everybody that worked with her. To know her was to love her. And finally, often imitated but never duplicated, that is Sharon. And so I hope that everybody will be able to join her homecoming services on Saturday if you have time to stop through, just to let her daughters know the impact that she had on all of our lives. With that, Mr. President, I move that the agreed calendar be approved in the omnibus.
Along with the motion for approval and the passage of the resolution honoring Beth?
Along with the approval of the resolution honoring Beth.
Very well. Hearing no objections, so ordered. For new business, do we have any? The clerk will call the wards beginning with the first ward.
Zoning amendments referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Traffic regulations, traffic control signs, and traffic signs referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Grants of privilege on the public way referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Exemption from physical barrier requirements from commercial driveway, alley access to parking facilities referred to the Committee on the transportation in the public way. Alderman Lopez has a proposed ordinance amending Municipal Code Section 2-92-644, establishing City Council procedures to determine need for expedited procurement process to address threat to public health, referred to the Committee on Contracting and Oversight. 2 committees have been called. The item is going to rules. Alderman Rodriguez has a proposed ordinance doing a street designation to honor Leah Herrera Ray, referred to the Committee on Transportation. Alderman Rodriguez has an ordinance to transfer funds within Committee on Workforce and Development for budget year 2023, referred to the Committee on Budget. Alderman Tabarez has a proposed ordinance for honorary street designation as Honorary Police Officer Andreas M. Vasquez, Lasso Road, referred to the Committee on Transportation. Alderwoman Fuentes has a proposed ordinance for approval of a plat of Encontro Square re-subdivision, referred to the Committee on Transportation. Alderman Talaferro has a proposed ordinance to amendment of vacation of public alley in areas bounded by West George Street, West Wolfram Street, North Nordica Avenue, and North Sayre Avenue to release developer from usage restrictions, referred to the Committee on Transportation. Alderwoman Cruz and Alderman Laspada has a proposed resolution calling for hearings on Chicago's cycling strategy for plans to create community-based cycling systems, referred to the Committee on Traffic. Alderman Wagaspak has proposed ordinance for issuance of permits and signboards at 2850 North Ashland, referred to zoning. Alderman Mintz and others has a resolution reaffirming the City Council to work together in a collegial manner, referred to the Committee on Rules. Alderman Napolitano has a proposed ordinance amending Municipal Code Chapters 14X-12 through 14 and 14A-3 regarding policies and registration of vacant or abandoned commercial storefronts, referred to the Committee on Zoning. Your Honor, that is all for new business.
Thank you very much. For the approval of the journal, the chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I am not aware of any corrections to the journals from the November 2nd, 2023 special meeting or the November 7th, 2023 regular meeting, and move that it be approved.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Any unfinished business? I believe we did dispose all unfinished business at the beginning of the meeting. So for miscellaneous business, the chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, except for the ordinance setting the date and time of the next meeting, I'm not aware of any miscellaneous business.
Thank you. For the date and time of the next meeting, chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
I've handed up an ordinance to the clerk setting the date and time of the next meeting.
Thank you very much, clerk. May you please read the ordinance?
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Chicago, Section 1, the next regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Chicago shall be held on Wednesday, December 13, 2023, beginning at 10 a.m. in the Council Chamber on the second floor in City Hall, 121 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. Section 2, the ordinance shall take an effect and be enforced from and after passage. Gregory Mitchell, Alderman, 7th Ward.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
I move passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. For the omnibus, chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote by the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Alderman Mitchell on a motion to adjourn.
Mr. President, there being no further business before this body, I move that we adjourn.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. The meeting is adjourned.